never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. The death toll from the earthquake in Turkey and Syria now at more than 15,000. Thousands more are injured in both nations. 3 Americans are among those killed in Turkey. Dr. Julie Varghese is Chief Medical Officer of America Cares. She says there will be a human health crisis playing out in the region in the coming weeks.
Certainly in the early days, we know that trauma and injuries, wounds are going to be very prevalent, but also people with chronic disease. So people with diabetes, high blood pressure, asthma, they may be out of their medications.
Search crews say they've found several survivors still alive in the rubble in southwest Turkey. In northwest Syria, crews say they found a newborn baby clinging to life. We may be mostly out of the woods with COVID, but there are still pitfalls to deal with when it comes to mitigating any further risks.
Though we have made remarkable progress, we also had nearly 3,500 deaths from COVID-19 in the last week. These are our family members, our neighbors and friends and colleagues.
Speaking before Congress Wednesday, Rochelle Walensky said the CDC has a game plan moving forward. In part of her remarks, Walensky pleaded with Congress for more funding to help. President Biden says he does not think the U.S. shooting down a Chinese surveillance balloon will impact relations between the two countries. Biden was asked about it during an interview with PBS NewsHour tonight. Still, America's top diplomat bristled to reporters earlier today.
Beijing violated international law and U.S. sovereignty with the presence of a Chinese surveillance balloon in U.S. airspace.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. The happiest place on earth is about to become unhappy for some. Disney CEO Bob Iger is working on a cost reduction plan that'll reduce the workforce there by 7,000 employees. This is USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. That's radio to 64,000 to try Babbel free. RADIO to 64,000.
The state of Texas has carried out its third execution of the year in Huntsville. John Lizelle Ballentine was given a lethal injection Wednesday for the murder of 3 teens in 1998. While he confessed to the murders, his lawyers argued there was racial bias in his trial. There was also a delay ordered over procedural mistakes regarding communication with Ballentine's lawyers, but all appeals were ultimately rejected. In his final statement, Ballentine thanked those who supported him, and he apologized to the victims' families. President Biden says he does not believe Republicans when they say they don't want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Biden told those gathered in Madison, Wisconsin on Wednesday he doesn't trust it.
A lot of Republicans, their dream is to cut Social Security and Medicare. Well, let me just say this. It's your dream, but I'm going to, my veto pen, make it a nightmare.
Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said cuts to entitlement programs are off the table in Congress. During his remarks today in Madison, Biden also touted his administration growing the American economy, quote, from the bottom up and the middle out. The NFL commissioner is standing up for the league's officials. Roger Goodell said he does not believe that officiating in the NFL has ever been better. When speaking at his annual Super Bowl week news conference, Goodell went on to mention that with the amount of plays in a single season, referees are not perfect. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, come on in. Sit back, relax. Let's get the party started. Hey, once you make it through Hump Day, you start rolling down toward the weekend. Once again, we've made it through Hump Day in the Eastern Time Zone, crossing over that midnight hour. All right, so we will gradually, from time zone to time zone, make our way into a Thursday, 9th day of February. There you go. Trust your week's going well. And I appreciate you taking the time to join us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Kind of a damp rain off and on kind of night at this point in time. We're in a little bit of a break in the action, but lots more rain coming our way. If you love a rainy night, as Eddie Rabbit once sang, oh, this would be your night. From the Great Lakes to the Gulf Coast. Yeah, rain, rain, rain. Well, there will eventually be a snowy side to this system. Not seeing much by way of frozen precip just yet. We're going to begin to see the transition as the moisture continues to move north. Yeah, areas from Iowa up into parts of Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, all in line to pick up several inches of snow from this system. There's going to be a swath, looks like primarily in Wisconsin, to maybe 6 to 12 inches before all is said and done. But at the moment, yeah, a rainy, rainy night. Rain, you're pretty much socked in. Most of Indiana, a good portion of Ohio, southern Illinois. It's raining from right about Des Moines down into Kansas City. Rain's beginning to wind down in Wichita, Kansas. Rain's kind of now north and east of Oklahoma City. You've got that pretty well-defined squall line. As forecasters had predicted, the risk of tornadic activity will be dropping through the overnight hours. It's going to become more of a straight line wind and potentially severe thunderstorm kind of night. We are still seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings right down toward New Orleans at this hour. Yeah, the front has pushed through Jackson, Mississippi. The heaviest rain right now, eastern Mississippi, moving into western Alabama. Rain will be encroaching on the Nashville area, probably within the hour. Meanwhile, we've got some pretty hefty showers, torrential rains, especially over eastern Kansas, and move it into western, west central, and northwestern Missouri at this hour. I don't see anything as far as any warnings being issued with those, so not severe thunderstorms. But, yeah, really, it's that northeast corner of Iowa and southwest Wisconsin that's going to be seeing the heaviest snowfall accumulations. Be advised, high-profile vehicles, especially once we get into the morning and midday hours and on through the afternoon, winds. Not even associated with showers and thunderstorms. We've got wind advisories stretching from eastern Arkansas, northern Mississippi, northern half of Alabama, much of Tennessee, all of Kentucky, most of eastern Illinois, all of Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, all the way up into southern Michigan. Wind advisories. There is a zone through central and western Ohio, right through central portions of Indiana. So you could pretty much say from Columbus to Indianapolis, back into the Illinois-Indiana line. High wind warnings that'll be kicking in later on this morning. Meanwhile, we have seen some damage with our storms throughout the past day. A lot of flood warnings through central and southern portions of Mississippi on down toward the New Orleans area. Severe thunderstorms cannot rule out the potential for an isolated tornado through the evening hours here. But right now, thunderstorms ongoing in parts of the southeast. Meanwhile, to the north, the heavy rain's been the biggest concern, flooding causing numerous roads and even some washouts in southeast Oklahoma. Video of vehicles being stalled, some abandoned in flooded areas near Nashville, Arkansas. Now, as we look ahead here, Thursday coming on, the threat of isolated severe storms could continue into Thursday. Southern Alabama, southern Georgia, on over to the Florida Panhandle. They could pose some tornado risk and some spotty damaging winds. Portions of Indiana and Ohio could also see a few stronger storms with some damaging wind gusts. It's possible another disturbance could reinvigorate the chance of severe weather along a cold front in the southeast come Friday. Now, that would include areas from northern Florida, southern Georgia, and southern South Carolina. That's going to be a separate storm that's expected to develop and kind of run right up the coastal areas of the East Coast through the upcoming weekend. Still some uncertainty how strong this system could be, whether it can drag in enough cold air out of Canada to maybe bring some snow to parts of the Northeast. But as far as the past day, Wednesday, yes, a radar-confirmed tornado in northeast Louisiana Wednesday evening. Overturned trailers, downed trees, causing more damages as part of this midweek storm system. The tornado passing through Tangiapoho? That's the parish in Louisiana, about 65 miles northwest of New Orleans, 60 miles east of Baton Rouge. So this is going back earlier in the evening. That tornado quickly began tossing debris in the air, eventually overturning several mobile homes. 3 individuals injured, none of those life-threatening, according to officials. Parish President Robbie Miller said other damages include trees downed across the parish, along with damage to a local gas station. The mayor said power lines were down in the area. We heard the loud noise, as so many described, like a train, like an extreme whistle. We took cover, said the mayor, in the bathtub. Everyone's safe thus far. No fatalities been reported. They're just asking for prayers for our neighbors in the community. Damage was pretty extensive, they say. AccuWeather's national reporter Bill Waddell reported from that area this past evening, kind of describing glass blown out of homes, first responders going door to door, making sure residents were safe. This, of course, as forecasters had warned for several days, the full spectrum of severe weather was likely with these storms in the lower Mississippi Valley. Aside from the tornado, multiple reports of flash flooding coming in from Jonesboro, Arkansas, about 70 miles northwest of Memphis. The tornado risk again decreases through the overnight hours as these storms kind of organize into more of a solid line. But we could still see some damaging winds, and there remains an opportunity for a brief isolated tornado to spin up across parts of Mississippi, western Tennessee, on into Alabama. Little severe weather is likely from the Appalachians to the southern Atlantic coast as we head through the day here on Thursday. But again, just be aware that going to be a windy day. High-profile vehicles, those wiggle wagons will really be wiggling today, if you know what I mean. Well, good morning to Philly Dan. They've crossed over that midnight hour in Philly. Good to have you on board. Joe Self, 45 degrees in Winchester, Virginia. Copying the mail. Everybody have a good night. All right, hello from the Michigan Madman. There's Sylvester. It's just not a good day without having the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to start the day. Thank you, Sylvester. Have a good afternoon and evening there in the land down under. Midnight special checking in from Emporia, Virginia, headed toward the house. Then it's down to Tampa, then over to Volusia County. I'm going to catch some of the dirt track racing. Yeah, they've got that, what is it, like 50 days? Wheelchair Dave's been sending me some links of the racing action there. Yeah, a big wintertime dirt track racing event going on. Hello, Marianne. It's a great day and morning because Steve's on the job. Good morning, overnight crew, and Mr. Summers. Idaho Rose checking in. We've got bare, dry roads in south central Montana. Higher 30s, lower 40s through the rest of the week. Open that throttle and let it roll. Thanks for checking in there, Idaho Rose. Elliot says, good morning, overnight crew. Checking in from the home 20 there. Good afternoon, hammer down. That would be Larry. Everybody be safe. We've got 34 degrees in Modena, New York this evening. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience anywhere. That must be the Dipsy driver, right? 35 on the way to 55 this afternoon, along with some rain and, yes, the high winds here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Everybody stay safe out there. Let's see. Heat wave, good morning from Winslow, Arizona. It's cold as we head for Albuquerque. All right, yeah, that Biden is truly a sack of fertilizer, ain't he? I guess you got the Cliff Notes this past day, huh? Because you missed the State of the Union address. Copy in the mail, 5-7, I guess, back on the road tonight. Everything go good? Everything check out with the better half? She get her medications filled? Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 36, a lot of rain on the Kansas Turnpike. A very special Land of Oz shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the historic Bazaar Cattle Pens. All right. Hey, Monkey Gouger's been posting a bunch of photos there. Looks like he and the better half went down to Myrtle Beach. I saw the photo he posted here this past day. He said we're about a mile from where they shot that balloon down off the coast over the weekend there. So looks like they're having a good time doing a little R&R. Get out and see some stuff. Let's see. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and those wise old night owls. 30 degrees fair here in Rochester, New York. Looking at a 10-day stretch, believe it or not, of temperatures in the 40s and 50s. This is almost like the winter that wasn't. I'll be rooting for Kansas City this Sunday. Mahomes is a very likable player. Even if you don't like the teams, it's the last good-eating event until Easter. Okay. Stay safe and enjoy. What is good eating there? Rock pick. We're talking about hot wings. How many millions of wings will be consumed this Super Bowl weekend? It's the same story every year. Good morning. Plowboy checks in from Decatur, Alabama. Some light rain, little breezy. We've got 60 degrees. Everybody stay safe. Thanks to Steve and Hot Shot Secrets. 47 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Drizzle me nizzle. Hello, Pappy. Got the solar back up, batteries charging. They're talking about the winds. I got a notification from Duke Energy advising us possible power outages due to the winds. Hunker down and be safe. Yeah, we're all in that mix. Yeah, we'll probably... And I know Pappy lives in one of those places where it doesn't take a whole lot. For whatever reason, they lose power all the time. Hello, Steve. Double R checking in on my sixth load here at Barrett Jackson. Probably have 300 left. Hello to everyone out there. Man, oh man, that thing's still going on. That's a lot of cars, right? Now we'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Meanwhile, as always, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath. on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, hope your week's going well. The weekend will be here before you know it. Thursday already. How about that? Well, hello to Eskimo Mom. She says, happy wet Thursday. Had my regular run canceled tonight, so I'm peddling with two of our other stores. So I'll be doing a 2-stop frozen pedal. Finals in Terre Haute, Indiana. After that, who knows? Yeah, but the high wind warning starts 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. today in my part of Ohio. Kind of rainy on I-70 in Indiana west of Richmond at this hour, but we're at 46 degrees. Be safe out there. All right, hello to Kim. Good morning, Steve, and good morning to all the truck drivers out there. Colleen says, morning, Steve. It's Joe and Colleen from Colorado Springs. So enjoy listening to your show. Everybody be safe out there. Yeah, there's Raymond. Good morning. A warm night here in Tennessee, which that's where Brain Dead is as well. Morning, Steve. Just waving a hand from the yard as I'm now leaving an hour plus late as I had the run through the shop with this fine equipment we have. Took last night off because Tuesday morning my truck had to make it back to the yard on a tow truck. I went over my 14, got close to my 16 hours. I guess you read the new change of operations for Yellow, which actually I have not seen the latest there. He said, I'll try to call in later and break it down for you. All right, more changes, really? Santa Claus, good morning, Steve. At a local Sacramento Wally World at this hour. On my way to visit the grandkids in Portlandia in my RV. We've got 52 degrees here in Sacramento, California. Santa Claus out. Safe travels. Enjoy the time with the grandkids. They are special. Country Bumpkin, check it in. Let's see if Biden is a sack of fertilizer. Boy, not what I want on my real estate. Buckeye Boy checks in from just south of West Palm Beach with 73 degrees. Got my delivery off, no problem. I've got my golf clubs with me. I got a tea time in the morning and Saturday. And pick up the stuff I dropped off back on Sunday. So have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Good luck as you get out there. Have fun playing a round or two of golf, right? Pappy, word has it. Monkey Gouger was arrested by the U.S. Navy for violating water space. He was scuba diving, attempting to recover downed balloon material off the coast of Myrtle Beach. Currently being held in the brig on the CVA-68 USS Nimitz. Tommy, good evening, Steve. Waving the right hand from the beautiful Las Vegas. Have a wonderful night, and drivers, be safe out there. Very good. There's the Gunslinger in Harrisonburg, Virginia. Good to have everybody with us. Thank you, Seth. Yeah, the big game coming on this weekend. And if you've got freight going in and out there in Arizona, undoubtedly security, obviously as we speak, is being ramped up big time in and around the Phoenix area. The big game Sunday, of course, which just so happens to be the final day of the Phoenix Open, which is going to be adding to the hordes of sporting fans swarming to the city. As if that wasn't enough to stress out local law enforcement, this all comes just a matter of days after the Chinese surveillance balloon was shot down over Myrtle Beach. According to the recent report by Fox affiliate based in Philadelphia, WTXF, the Super Bowl is considered a special national security event. I mean, the highest federal designation for security is there, and that's pretty much been the case every year, hasn't it, in the post-September 11 of 2001 world. Yeah, multi-agency coordination center being run by the Department of Homeland Security. The center currently houses members of the local, state, and federal law enforcement all in place there. I'll give you more on the big game coming up as we roll into a Thursday. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. House Republicans on the Oversight Committee are beginning investigations into purported censorship on social media. On Wednesday, GOP lawmakers blasted Twitter for shushing conservative politicians and other leading voices.
You were censoring and wrongfully violating our First Amendment free speech rights.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Lawmakers also heard from a former content manager for Twitter who said rank-and-file employees like her were being asked to moderate more content than they could. Twitter is acknowledging the platform may not be working as expected tonight. Users began reporting outages and error messages Wednesday evening, a few hours after the company had posted that longer tweets had gone live for Twitter Blue subscribers. The character limit for subscribers increased from 280 characters to 4,000. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, you're starting to speak another language.
Babbel's lessons are voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no better way than
Babbel. Text radio to 64,000 to try Babbel for free. Text radio to 64,000.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive. All right, we'll get to your calls here just ahead. Back to game day, though. They tell us come game day, nearly 1,000 officers from at least 24 agencies will be spread around the city. Yeah, manpower is far from their only tool. The vicinity around the stadium is also what they call a no-drone zone. While U.S. Customs and Border Prevention agents will have access to multiple helicopters, Alex Zamora of CBP, Customs and Border Protection, said they have at their disposal 3 Blackhawks, 2 A-Stars, 1 what they call an MEA, which is a multi-enforcement aircraft, and then 1 Bell 206. And we're looking at about 50 agents that'll be down here. That's Customs and Border Protection. We also have cameras dotted around the stadium, both inside and outside the venue itself. 5 miles of fencing and 2 million pounds of concrete barriers that are already in place. For anything or anyone that does make it into the stadium, first you will have to be screened. Homeland Security Special Agent Scott Brown says everything going into the stadium gets screened, but people, be that goods, be it merchandise that's going to be sold, including the foods, all gets checked. About 1 million people are expected to make their way to Phoenix this week as a result of course, the Super Bowl and the PGA Tour. How do you ended up with 2 big events like that in the same city at the same time? Wow. So I'd say traffic's going to be a mess, to say the least, in and around the Phoenix area in the coming days. And yet it's pretty common, leading up to the Super Bowl week, all this week, there are special events taking place in and around the area pretty much every night that all culminates in the big Super Bowl Sunday. Good morning to Bargain Hunter. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, Steve. Not too much. I was checking in about the Tesla vehicles. Like when they catch on fire, I think they put 4,500 to 6,500 gallons of water on
Yes,
that.
yes.
Get the battery to keep.
Thousands of gallons, yes.
Correct. Thousands. So I'm sitting there watching the news, and I seen a Tesla vehicle. Did you see the one where the lady's driving down the road in the Tesla asleep?
There have been several
And the guy-
several instances of that, yes.
This happened 2 days ago. So this guy's filming this lady, and she's just knocked out, sleeping, and the car's just driving down the road by
Wow.
itself. I was like, hey, I've been out here about 33, 34 years. I've seen a lot, but I've not yet seen anybody sleeping at the wheel, and I've seen them eating and everything else. But when I saw that video, I thought that one was pretty hilarious. I said, now, just when you think you see it all.
Right.
So then also, there was something about somebody's going around the zoo in New York and letting some of the animals out, the wild animals. You seen that one?
I have not seen. No, I have. That's a new one to me.
Okay. I think they caught him, but he let an owl out. So they got a couple owls that are sitting out in New York City, and they're filming the owl, trying to track this owl down. And I think they let a couple monkeys out.
Wow.
And they got the monkeys back. But the owls, they're sitting up in the trees and stuff like that. And the only thing I can think of is, man, they're in heaven right now with all those rats out there, aren't they?
Oh,
Like a
boy, yeah.
smorgasbord for 'em. So I'm pretty sure, they're probably sitting up in these trees thinking, dang, which one of these, rats I want to eat? And they're probably going to get so many of them, they ain't going to be able to fly. So, but yeah, if you check into that, I think they was trying to release, the guy got caught trying to release either a leopard or a jaguar. And that's when they caught him or something like that. It
Okay.
was cutting locks. So, but that's about it. Just wanted to check in again, and hopefully, everything's going good.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Bargain Hunter.
Nothing but pure rain up here. I'm on my way up towards Cleveland, and it's nothing but rain all the way up.
Rain,
So,
rain, rain. Yep.
all these drivers say rain, rain, rain. Better than the snow. That's all I can say.
That's true. And then later today, you'll be driving in the wind.
That's for sure. So, all right, have a good night there, Steve.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Bargain Hunter. Yep. Rain, rain, rain. I know what you mean. All right. Well, we wrapped up the year 2022. Industry headlines from Freight Waves this Thursday morning. A lot of cargo theft. Now, we saw a surge in cargo thefts, pushing the yearly total to above an estimated $223 million worth of goods stolen across the U.S. and Canada, according to the data from CargoNet. This firm that tracks voluntarily reported cargo thefts recorded 1,778 supply chain risk incidents in 2022. That was a 15% jump compared to 21. The number one commodity for cargo theft was household goods for all of the year. Electronics was number 2. Then food and beverage commodities came in at number 3. Scott Cornell, transportation lead and crime and theft specialist, says California leads the way with 417 cargo thefts. That was a 41% increase year over year. Texas at number 2 with 223. Florida with 153. Data showed the average value of cargo stolen was over $214,000. Some of the hot spots are typically areas around the major ports, as well as intermodal facilities or distribution centers and truck stops. When we look at the hot spots in general, they tend to be the port areas. If you look at the heat map that CargoNet puts out, you'll see California is always number 1. And, of course, they've got numerous ports in that state. Then, of course, Florida, another port state, Texas, Georgia, New Jersey, Illinois. That's really considered an inland port because of the rail yards. Same thing for Memphis, almost sort of an inland port because of the rail yards there. Now, a real-time visibility and risk management platform based out of Austin, Texas, said, wherever you find a density of cargo and large populations, you're going to find the thieves, and they're going to target what they call the low-hanging fruit. Yeah, the low-hanging fruit. Somebody I didn't actually get to park inside the parking lot. Yeah, that's gated. Somebody had to park outside of the coverage of the street lights or the CCTV cameras. Somebody at the truck stop was going to leave their load alone for more than 10 or 20 minutes. That gives the thieves the opportunity to steal the entire tractor trailer. Now, I said 9 out of 10 times a cargo theft incident occurs, it's usually perpetrated by organized crime. He said most of the time cargo theft is the organized rings and they're fulfilling orders. Yeah, they actually have orders that they're trying to meet the needs of their customers that they have within their own supply chain. They're asking, I need a load of electronics. I need a load of energy drinks. Oh, we need a load of cleaning supplies. It's pretty wild. Cargo theft in Georgia increased 34% year over year. Organized crime groups took advantage of the increased traffic there at the port of Savannah. Right, cargo thieves, they know the distribution centers for what they distribute. So they know that this distribution center distributes, say, energy drinks. They know that. They gather the intel. If they know they follow the truck out of the warehouse, there's a pretty good chance they're going to get energy drinks. Organized cargo theft rings and the black market can often react more quickly to market demand than even the normal supply chains can. These criminals can react. They can turn on a dime. Whatever the market trends are, very quickly, anything that has retail purchasing restrictions is going to be big. Anything that's bearing a bigger brunt of inflation or shortages for whatever reason, whether it's because of flooding in California or the avian flu, anything causing things to go up in desirability and go up in price is definitely the products that the organized crime rings like to target. All right. 844-844-3388. That's our number. What's going on this Thursday? Hey there, Horse Feathers, or did he drop off? Looks like he dropped off. Let's head down to 5-7. We didn't get to hear from 5-7 last night. How's the better half?
Well, good. It seems like if your heart medicine is that important, and all of a sudden, instead of calling the pharmacy and saying don't fill orders or put a stop on it, you at least contacted the patient ahead of time, because boom, all of a sudden she tries to get her orders filled and it ain't going to be done. So it's like a friend of mine said, it's just they've got to make money, and they don't care, and that's a shame, but it's the truth. But I had to take her to her drug dealer and get it. So everything's going. When I get back, good Lord willing, today, pick up a whole handful of drugs.
It's kind of like I'm on my last refill for my blood pressure medicine, and when I call, they're going to say, "Oh, well, you haven't seen the doctor in a year," so they're going to say, "Well, you need to. First of all, you have to at least schedule a routine physical, and we're probably 60 days out on that, but that's what I'll have to schedule a physical to get a refill."
And that's the way to do it. Don't just cut them off. Them off like it was sad. But anyhow, we got that worked out. I I'm not going to say what port, but I have a friend who's a regular cruiser. I mean, he does 2, I don't know how he affords it, but he does 2 cruises a year.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, off-season cruises, and he said he noticed a difference. He took his in-laws out to sea. They did not like it. It was just a day or 2 trip, something, an overnighter, I'm not sure. But anyhow, he said he noticed that the U.S. Coast Guard was not only cruising alongside the ship as they were leaving port, and with a man on the gun, you know, I mean, it was, you know, it was ready for action. And they, you know, any time a private boat started getting anywhere close to this, you know, I mean, you could see them heading straight out and clearing the way and making sure that these smaller boats were standing clear. So, and I'm saying thank God for our Coast Guard and our military. You know, I'm very critical of the leadership. But for the men and women on the boats and the men and women in the along the, you know, the officers that are down there with the men and actually doing the job, thank God for them, and they're the best. It's just the same thing, you know, the same thing about our law enforcement. You know, the guys that are out there in the cruisers and everything, they're not out there to do harm. They believe they're out there to do good. Somehow few get slid through there. That's a shame. Oh Lord, I forgot what I called for. Do you have it on the screen?
Let's see. Test the car, driverless cars.
Oh, yep, yeah. You know my old standby. You know how aliens have been proven. You know, we got aliens in there. It's a intelligent race that's coming in, but apparently the way they drive, you know, wobbling all over the atmosphere and crashing all over the place. It does just because you're higher intelligence doesn't mean you know how to drive any better than the rest of us. But there was an ad on TV, and I'm not sure what make it was, but this gray-haired fella, he's real slim in some modern time. They hand him the keys to this car, or he gets into this car, and the steering wheel sort of folds down and slides up into the dash, and he leans back and he falls asleep as they're running down this, and the car's just flying down this snow-covered road. I looked at my wife, I said, ain't no way. And no, I'm going to have hands on that. I'm too much of a control freak. But if you remember a while back what got the gun industry in terrible problem is they were, and it was drug into court, I think it was Sandy Hook, and they were talking about how the gun industry was comparing, if you take this AK-47, you know, to prove your manhood. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You've got people sleeping in these cars, but you've got an ad on TV showing them that's what you can do. So it just because, now, that Ford Fiesta, I could probably afford something nicer or bigger or whatever, but I bought a Ford Fiesta. I feel comfortable. It's paid for in 2.5 years. I own the doggone thing. But just because you can go out and buy something expensive or you got money, it doesn't mean you're intelligent. Because I don't care, you do not fall asleep behind the wheel of them things.
Yep.
And last I heard, even Tesla tells you to keep your hands on the wheel. So, but I'm taking a word that this driver seen this. I believe it. I've seen this on Facebook, people filming this, and I'm thinking there is no way. They probably just had somebody come up, a friend of theirs filming them, sleeping, acting like they're asleep. But God help us all if there are going to be people out there doing that. They're driving a missile. And hey, let's put it this way: God help us all if they start doing it in semi-trucks. Other than that, we go sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show. How about it?
All right, glad all went well with the better half this past morning. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hello to Big John, who checks in via email. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Everybody be safe out there. If you're looking for those escaped monkeys, you might try looking at Congress. That's a good possibility. Yeah, that's a full-fledged zoo there, isn't it? The clown show. Get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. What did Craig have to say here a few minutes ago? Let's see. Super Bowl security. Steve, why would you pay thousands of dollars to be scrutinized to get into a stupid game when our southern border's wide open for any criminal to just come on in? You know, why don't they take that millions of dollars for security and put it on the southern border? You know, America has really been dumbed down to the point where I don't think there's any returning to the days of Ellis Island. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, and they are spending millions and millions of dollars for security there, for the big game. Top-notch security. All right, we had the State of the Union, right? Yeah, Andy Biggs pretty much comes out. I think that's what Pappy said, right? Last evening he said, Joe Biden steps to the podium, looks the American people straight in the eye, and just lies to them. Representative Andy Biggs, one notable thought he had during the State of the Union, coinciding with President Biden accusing Republicans of wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare. He says, quote, "What a big fat liar. I can't tell you a single Republican who said, let's go after Social Security and Medicare. He just makes this stuff up. Yeah, he couldn't give you a name. He says, contact my office." Now, regarding the president's claims, Biggs said Biden cannot give you a plan because there is no plan that does that. Nobody's talking about that. But the one thing he's not talking about is that he wants a $4 trillion increase in the debt ceiling over the next 2 years so we can go from $31.4 trillion to $35 trillion in debt. Yeah, maybe you need to say if you're going to get social welfare and you're capable of working, there should be a work requirement. He doesn't want any of that stuff. He believes money grows on trees. Meanwhile, Burkett said that he thinks Biden, this guy's living in fantasy land, a land that's apparently full of unicorn and rainbows. Money's going to just shower down on us. And we've got these evil corporations that are making all these profits. It's also fantasy said that the Biden administration would target only billionaires and tiered taxes with their 80-plus thousand new agents with the omnibus spending bill. Yeah, my liberal friends back home were actually texting me, my liberal friends, saying, I'm so embarrassed about what this guy's saying because the math does not work. It wasn't even new math. I don't know what kind of math he's using, but there's not enough hidden money out there for him to even claim that it's out there. It is totally bogus. Yeah, there you go. What a big fat liar, right? What do you have on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. We'll close out hour number one here. Long way to go. We'll tell you about our potential weekend storm along the East Coast coming up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The death toll from the earthquake in Turkey and Syria now at more than 15,000. Thousands more are injured in both nations. 3 Americans are among those killed in Turkey. Dr. Julie Varghese is Chief Medical Officer of America Cares. She says there will be a human health crisis playing out in the region in the coming weeks.
Certainly in the early days, we know that trauma and injuries, wounds are going to be very prevalent, but also people with chronic disease. So people with diabetes, high blood pressure, asthma, they may be out of their medications.
Search crews say they've found several survivors still alive in the rubble in southwest Turkey. In northwest Syria, crews say they found a newborn baby clinging to life. We may be mostly out of the woods with COVID, but there are still pitfalls to deal with when it comes to mitigating any further risks.
Though we have made remarkable progress, we also had nearly 3,500 deaths from COVID-19 in the last week. These are our family members, our neighbors and friends and colleagues.
Speaking before Congress Wednesday, Rochelle Walensky said the CDC has a game plan moving forward. In part of her remarks, Walensky pleaded with Congress for more funding to help. President Biden says he does not think the U.S. shooting down a Chinese surveillance balloon will impact relations between the two countries. Biden was asked about it during an interview with PBS NewsHour tonight. Still, America's top diplomat bristled to reporters earlier today.
Beijing violated international law and U.S. sovereignty with the presence of a Chinese surveillance balloon in U.S. airspace.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. The happiest place on earth is about to become unhappy for some. Disney CEO Bob Iger is working on a cost reduction plan that'll reduce the workforce there by 7,000 employees. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
The state of Texas has carried out its third execution of the year in Huntsville. John Lizelle Ballentine was given a lethal injection Wednesday for the murder of 3 teens in 1998. While he confessed to the murders, his lawyers argued there was racial bias in his trial. There was also a delay ordered over procedural mistakes regarding communication with Ballentine's lawyers, but all appeals were ultimately rejected. In his final statement, Ballentine thanked those who supported him, and he apologized to the victims' families. President Biden says he does not believe Republicans when they say they don't want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Biden told those gathered in Madison, Wisconsin on Wednesday he doesn't trust it.
A lot of Republicans, their dream is to cut Social Security and Medicare. Well, let me just say this. It's your dream, but I'm going to, my veto pen, make it a nightmare.
Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has said cuts to entitlement programs are off the table in Congress. During his remarks today in Madison, Biden also touted his administration growing the American economy, quote, from the bottom up and the middle out. The NFL commissioner is standing up for the league's officials. Roger Goodell said he does not believe that officiating in the NFL has ever been better. When speaking at his annual Super Bowl week news conference, Goodell went on to mention that with the amount of plays in a single season, referees are not perfect. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we roll into a Thursday. Welcome back. Hour number 2 comes our way. Kind of deals we got going on. If you weren't aware, we try to keep you up to speed with all the new products as they're unveiled and One of the newest is the new and improved Gasoline Extreme. Yes, there has been Gasoline Extreme for quite some time, but yeah, the all-new updated Gasoline Extreme with LX4. Gasoline Extreme, the complete fuel system cleaner that improves fuel economy and power for gasoline engines, safely and effectively cleaning the entire fuel system. Yeah, Gasoline Extreme is now infused with Hot Shot Secret's LX4, the premium lubricity additive that prevents wear and provides excellent fuel system protection. This also acts as an upper cylinder lubricant, an added benefit when it comes to improving fuel economy. So there you go. Gasoline Extreme with LX4, recommended for any gas-powered engine, including agricultural equipment, cars, trucks, motorcycles, ATVs, golf carts, buses, utility fleets. One 12-ounce bottle can treat 20 gallons of gasoline. Yeah, use it every 6 to 10,000 miles. Gasoline Extreme is compatible with gasoline with high ethanol content. It will not void your vehicle's manufacturer's warranty. And this is safe for all emissions equipment. You know, the all-new Gasoline Extreme. Check it out, hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. Get that additional 10% off your entire order. And see what's going on with Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. I tell you what, Joe Biden is a damn liar.
Uh-oh.
You can quote me on that, and I'll take any flack from anybody. You tell me one thing that lead jackass in the White House has said he would do that was positive for anybody out here. As far as I can tell, from day one, he killed jobs. He killed the fuel that runs the country.
Well, he said that he created more jobs than any president.
He's a damn liar.
Look at these millions of jobs that remember all the pandemic people that got laid off. Look at all those jobs he created.
He didn't create them damn jobs. That's the whole thing. Good night.
Yeah.
I swear. You know, with him saying that the Republicans wanted to cut Medicare and Social Security and sunset it, that too is another damn lie. You know, contact my office and I'll let you know. Oh, Joe, you had your opportunity last night to say who, when, and where the proposal was to kill these programs. I mean, I guess he figured, well, if a Democrat can start it up, then a Democrat can kill it. To me, really, the Social Security, I think, had a real good intention, but I believe it's kind of like a Ponzi scheme. We're all paying into it. You know, we have to wait until we're 65 or older to get any of that stuff. Yet when these illegal aliens or, quote, refugees, unquote, come over, I mean, they're getting assistance, and that assistance got to come from somewhere, and that is from our blood, sweat, and tears and off our backs, because we are the ones who are putting it in. Goodness. Yeah, and I heard him griping and bitching about how the oil companies are making billions in record profits. Well, duh, Joe, you started it up by killing the pipelines and regulating the living hell out of the people that are trying to find the energy resources. And once they find them, after they have to go through hoops and hoops and hoops of regulations and rigged structures, well, you gotta pipe that stuff out somehow. And they've been throwing regulations against the pipelines. Well, it's got to be built like this, and it has to be like this, and it's got to understand this, and it's got to be not harmful to the nature that's out there, well, good night, man. I mean, they already know that stuff. You know, good Lord. Then him coming out saying, well, I was tough on the Chinese. I shot down their balloon.
Right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you should have done that well beforehand. If you found out that it was in the Pacific, you should have nailed it then. And China screaming and hollering, that's our stuff.
Yep.
Well, you knew it was a calculated risk. You already had it pre-planned of what you were going to say if somebody shot it down. Of course, they already got all the information they needed from us. So it's not like it was a total loss. I mean, it would have just drifted over the ocean for a while before it hit Europe or Africa or wherever, the Mediterranean. So, you know, you can't trust the Chinese. You can't trust the Russians. You can't trust North Koreans, and you can't trust the Iranians. All four of them want to be in charge. But like I said the other night, to be the top dog, you're going to have to fend off a lot of other people, and you're constantly getting nipped at. And that's basically what we've been getting here ever since World War II. We've been the top dog. Everybody wants to come here because they know we have freedoms that they can't experience anywhere else. But on that same token, you've got these infiltrators from these other countries using our freedoms to further their ideologies. You know, and you know, we are getting tore up from within. It's not from without, it's from within. So, I mean, it's nice to have a free and open society, that's for sure, but I mean, you've got to throw something down there that says anything detrimental to this country. But then again, there's going to be a lot of people going to saying, what is the definition of it, Bill Clinton? You know, what is the definition of detrimental? What may be positive for us may be detrimental to somebody else. So does their hurt feelings trump, no pun intended, our freedoms? I mean, well, I tell you what, there's a lot of questions, and the founding fathers called it right, the Great Experiment. You know, I really don't think they thought this was going to be probably last as long as it has so far, with all the attacks it's come under. So, anyways, yeah, so we're heading home. Going to call it a night here once we get there and turn around and hopefully do it again Thursday night. Yeah, we had about 3 inches of snow in our neck of the woods the other day.
Yeah, I saw some of you had them big, fat, sticky flakes coming down. Yeah, it was pretty.
Yes, it was, and swear to God, there was no clouds until you got to Albuquerque, and half of Albuquerque was overshadowed by the clouds. We crossed over the mountains to go home, and I mean, it's cloudy, but I didn't think the clouds were low enough really to to really be any kind of snowmaker. And I got home about 1:30, sacked out about 2. I woke up at 7:15, and Teresa was saying, "Hey, you see the snow?" I'm like, "What snow?"
I said, "Wait a minute."
So
hey.
I definitely was surprised, and it was a good heavy moisture snow. When I went out to take the trash can to the curb, I sank in our driveway. Our driveway's gravel, and it was so moist that I sank in it a little bit just walking on it. And no, it's not because I'm overweight, damn it. It's just because it was that wet. So, but that being said, my wife, the Lady Heat Wave, she's experiencing some really high blood pressure readings. She was already on 3 different types of blood pressure medication, taking all at the same time. And now they put her on a 4th. And I mean, her readings are, stroke level, just waiting for one of them arteries or veins to burst. I mean, just like almost 200 on the top side, 180 on the bottom side, and then, like a 98 to 100 beats per minute. I mean, she keeps good tallies on her conditions, and she lets the doctors know. And the doctor said, well, if we have to put you on a 5th blood pressure medication, we're going to have to take a look, see what's going on with the heart. And I'm thinking, if you're on one blood pressure medication, okay. But when you start adding to it, you've got to know there's something wrong. Well, her condition is she's in pain.
Mm-hmm.
She gets aggravated because she can't get up to do something without having to sit down 15 minutes after she starts cleaning up, straightening up, just walking to the kitchen from the bedroom. She gets all upset and ticked off and hurt. Then she's laying in bed and she's getting mad, which is not doing her any good. And on top of that, she can't sleep because she's in pain. It's like, well, let's find out what the root cause of her pain is and let's work on that. Maybe if you work on that, you take some of the stress off of her, maybe she'll start feeling better. But I don't know. I'm just a damned old truck driver. What would I know? So, but other than that, I sure hope to make it to Louisville and meet up with everybody over there. And I was talking to Dean Michaels the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Got it set up where he's going to do my taxes, and I had to call him up because I didn't know how to send it to him. If I was supposed to send it to him via email or a fax or whatever. He's like, "Oh no, just go ahead and here's my email, and we'll just send it to us and we'll work it."
Yeah, for the longest, I would go up to Staples and try to, because they do have the fax. Last year, I went up there and I faxed all the paperwork for mine and my daughter's taxes, and I had faxed them upside down. So we got the back of all, and it was like $13 I paid to fax the damn things. He said, Steve, just take a picture of them on your phone and then put them to an attachment and email them to me. And the wife helped me do that, and so that's a lot easier than having to go to fax them. Yep.
Well, I tell you what, that man is a stand-up guy. When I called him, I mean, I've got 3 different numbers for his offices, and I must have his personal cell number that I wasn't aware of. But I mean, just as soon as he answered, he's like, "Hey Neil, what's up?" Like, dude, I mean, he's got me down pat already.
There you go.
So kudos to him, and I'm looking forward to working with him and getting this done. So, but other than that, old Wright may be calling you up later on tonight. If things get a little boring, he may jump in and start raising a little bit of stuff.
Oh boy!
But you know what they say though. If you stir the pot, you're going to have to lick that spoon eventually. So there you go. All righty, senor. We'll let you go. You have yourself a good night, and everyone, y'all be safe out there.
Thank you for checking in there. Heat wave. All right, somebody. Who was that? I try to keep an eye on the stream chat. You have a lot of folks talking back and forth, but somebody, Shorty said, "Question, Steve. When the time changes next month, when we spring forward, didn't they vote and pass to make the spring forward permanent?" All right. The update on that is, yes and no. The Senate passed that legislation last year, the Sunshine Protection Act, to abolish changing the clock in favor of permanent daylight savings time. Dozens of states have considered legislation to end the clock change, but only federal action can establish permanent daylight savings time. Now, states may be able to opt out of daylight saving time, choosing permanent standard time, while the Sunshine Protection Act still requires approval by the House and the President to become law. It would mean a major shift in our clocks, daylight exposure, sleep. Now, as of January of 2023, the House has not discussed or voted on the bill since the Senate passed it last year. So even though, you probably heard the headlines, hey, the Senate passed the sunshine protection, I guess the House didn't even take it up. They haven't voted on it. So at this point, we're still on changing, springing forward, falling back. And I don't know that the House has any plans on taking that up this year or not.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Now we go back at it. What's going on, Brain Dead? Hello, Brain Dead. We got you there. Oh, maybe Brain Dead dropped off. Hey, try us back. Let me see. Is Eagle on board? Hello, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, yeah, nothing much out here on the road. Yeah, Steve, I would talk about the Memphis situation, but I want to get to something else first, and that's about this earthquake that took place in Turkey just the other day. They said that the death toll on one of your breaks now is up over 15,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they still finding people under the rubble. Well, this is a message for all the people in the U.S., Steve, California mainly, that I believe that California is on a ticking time bomb for an earthquake in the next very soon. I don't know when nobody knows when it's actually going to take place.
Sure.
But I believe California could have an earthquake similar to what happened in Turkey. You know, this earthquake in Turkey, Steve, they didn't seem to have no warning whatsoever, you know, in this deal, you know, the days before it happened. You know, normally before you have an earthquake, you might have a few things, you know, happen, you know, to give you some type of warning that something big was going to get ready to happen. But these people didn't get that. And the bad thing about it was it occurred at nighttime while a lot of people were asleep in bed. So a lot of people never had a chance to even make a run for, you know, because they were asleep. But here's the thing that amazes me about the earthquake, Steve. I've seen a lot of weather. I always tell you, after they have tornadoes, it looked like somebody dropped a bomb, blew up the whole field when I drove through Oklahoma City one time a couple of years ago after a tornado. But, these earthquakes only last about 2 minutes, Steve. This is what amazes me. They only last about 2 to 3 minutes, and you see the destruction that these things can do. I'm talking about whole buildings just fall down and nothing crumble. That only, people think that an earthquake lasts 15, 20 minutes. An earthquake is not that long. Earthquake is only 2 to 3 minutes at the most, and it can tear it can break down a whole city and turn it into nothing but crumbled blocks of concrete. So that's what amazes me about these things, is the damage that it can do in such little time. Now, getting back to the Memphis deal, Steve, more news has come out, over the last couple of days, more and more news about this Scorpion organization.
And I don't believe Eagle lost his cell. I do believe our phones did that little cutoff thing. So I'll dial back up. And while
Ready
we do
to
that,
connect. Click connect to show now.
Yeah, we'll do that. I came across a story that apparently there was actually a Dutch expert. Eagle, if you can hear me, I'm going to put you back in queue there. So hang in and we'll get back to the Memphis thing when we come back because our phone's cut out. But they say a Dutch expert actually got on Twitter 3 days before the earthquake there, predicting that a powerful earthquake would happen imminently in Turkey. He even attached an aerial photograph and marked the area where the disaster would happen, which is really bizarre. How did he predict it 3 days in advance? But hold that thought. We'll get our news break, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The man accused of attacking former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband during a home invasion is appearing in court. David DePape faces several felony counts after prosecutors say he broke into the couple's San Francisco home and attacked Paul Pelosi with a hammer. Police body cam footage shows DePape attacking the elderly man after being asked to drop his weapon. Pelosi had to undergo surgery to repair a skull fracture and injuries to his hands following the confrontation. Researchers at Harvard say living a healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of what's known as long COVID. They followed over 30,000 female nurses for 18 months. The research found a healthy body weight and adequate sleep can help reduce the risk by half. Football is still in the future for Damar Hamlin. That's according to Dr. Tom Mayer, who joined Sirius XM's Heart to Heart on Wednesday and said, "I guarantee you that Damar Hamlin will be playing professional football again." Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there, I know Eagle wants to get to, that's the Scorpion unit he was talking about. Yeah, he is 100% correct. As more details, more people coming forward. This was not a one-off incident that involved this one individual, Tyree Nichols. Memphis police blasting one of those officers, Demetrius Haley, and the four others as blatantly unprofessional, and asked they be stripped of their ability to work as police anywhere. Now, they also include revelations that Haley indeed took photographs of Tyree Nichols as he laid there propped up against the police car, and he sent those photographs to other officers and a female acquaintance. Of course, as we know, Nichols died 3 days later. What led to all this with Tyree is still the mystery, they say. Now, we know the officers have been charged. Spokeswoman for the top prosecutor in Memphis said more charges could still be coming. Meanwhile, this is where it gets very interesting. Other residents are coming forward about interactions that they had with this group. A federal lawsuit filed on Tuesday accusing the same officers, now charged with murdering Nichols, with also violating the rights of another man from the same neighborhood as Nichols. A similar violent incident 3 days before Nichols' arrest. 22-year-old Montarius Harris said he was visiting a cousin at an apartment on the evening of January 4th when his car was suddenly swarmed by a group of assailants wearing black ski masks, dressed in black clothing, brandishing guns and other weapons, hurling expletives and making threats to end his life if he didn't get out of the car. Sounds pretty much like exactly what happened to Nichols, doesn't it? Now, he said he thought these guys were trying to rob him. He tried to back up his car before he hit something, then reluctantly exited with his hands raised when he was grabbed, punched, kicked, and assaulted for up to 2 minutes. According to the complaint, the beating stopped only after people were coming out of the apartments to see what was going on, according to the lawsuit. But photographs of his face taken after his release on bail about 9 days later showed thick scabs on his forehead and a healing black eye. The suit accuses officers of fabricating evidence to support charges against him, including being a convicted felon in possession of a handgun, criminal trespass, and evading arrest. Also, a woman tells WREG-TV that she tried to warn the Memphis Police Department about Haley after a February of 2021 encounter. Kadaja Towns said she was returning a movie to the Redbox machine at a Walgreens when police responded to a false shooting call. Initially told her she could leave, but said then officers stopped her, put her car in reverse. Haley placed handcuffs on Towns so roughly that she feared her arm was dislocated. Her aunt actually recorded that encounter. Then police stopped her aunt and brother while they followed a squad car as it took Towns to a hospital. Towns said she was never charged with anything. Now, Haley's disciplinary file showed that after Towns filed a complaint, he was written up for failing to fill out paperwork properly. He was not, no use of force or anything. But she said, I wasn't surprised. So more and more coming out, people coming out of the woodwork. Haley, who was driving an unmarked car wearing a black hoodie, forced Nichols from his car. This is the same officer that pulled him out, sprayed him in the eyes with the chemical irritant. He never told the driver the purpose of the stop or that he was under arrest. Now, Haley did not have his body camera on when he stopped Nichols, but he was on a phone call with someone who overheard. We all saw from the video there, so there's kind of a confirmation to Eagle that the officer that pulled him out of the vehicle did not have his body cam on. All right, what else you got for us, Eagle? Go ahead.
Yeah. Apparently, you looking at the same story I was looking at, but that's what I wanted to talk about, Steve. You know, for these people that are saying that this man Nichols, that he tried to run away from the police, and that's what resulted in him being beat by the police. No, these officers had already been doing that, Steve. Mr. Nichols was not the first man that was terrorized by these people, as you just stated because I looked at the same video. They interviewed these people that were, one man said he was walking home from school, minding his own business. And let me ask you a question, Steve. You know more about police business than I do, and I'm pretty. Hopefully, Pappy is listening tonight, and I'd like for him to answer this question. Since when the police officers wear ski masks where they cover their face and they drive? I know they drive unmarked cars, but when do police officers supposed to go around with ski masks on?
Well, all I could say is, and I'm not real familiar. I mean, this was what they called the Scorpion unit, the special unit. I guess Pappy could probably explain. There are special units like that. I know they've got unmarked cars and officers that aren't wearing uniforms.
I have no problem with unmarked cars, but I'm talking about that would scare the hell out of any individual,
right?
Like Tyree and like a lot of these other people said that they interviewed. I watched the Memphis News, and these people are saying that they were scared. You get a car pull up on you, and they don't identify themselves. They don't say they law enforcement. They don't say who the hell they are. And they got ski masks on. This one guy said he thought he was getting robbed.
Yep.
He said he thought these people were going to rob him when they pulled up with a ski mask on. They didn't even identify themselves as the police department. That's what I'm saying. I've never heard, where I know down here in Texas where I live at, I've never heard of police officers wearing ski masks for a routine traffic stop. So maybe some officers who listen tonight, Pappy or somebody can answer that question, because it makes no sense. These officers were definitely out of line, Steve. And here's what confirms what me and a lot of other people have saying. Some of these same people, when they looked at the video, when they saw those 5 photographs come across their television screen, and that was scary, and that would probably send chills down these people's spine. How would you feel, Steve, if like you said, 2 or 3 days before the incident when Mr. Nichols got killed, you seen them same 5 officers on your television screen where they had just killed a man, thinking to yourself, that could have been me. All those people that you just listed before I got on the line, all those people could have been killed by those officers. Tyree was the one that lost his life, unfortunately, to these people. But that's got to be a bad feeling. And so here's what's even worse about this situation, Steve. A couple of those people said that they made phone calls to the Memphis Police Department telling them about this Scorpion deal and how they had been treated by these people, and they calls went unanswered. They said that nobody did nothing about their calls. So Mr. Nichols should be alive right now if somebody would have investigated this Scorpion unit and put these people out of business. Not after they killed somebody, before they killed somebody. The Scorpion unit should have been put out of business, Steve. And so now we got a dead man because somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do. But like I said before, like I told you last night, Steve, that's not a way to conduct a police stop. You don't get out of the car and threaten somebody and using all this profanity, cussing and raising hell and throwing a man down on the ground. Don't even read the man his rights and beat the hell out of him. That's not, I don't think that's the way they train. Like Pappy said the other day, that's not a training deal. These people were not trained. But if they are training people to do that in Memphis, then they need to shut the whole Memphis Police Department down. If that's how they training their people to treat people that live in Memphis, Tennessee. So I don't really believe it's training. I just think it was a bunch of officers that thought that they were above the law. And like I told you last week, Steve, here's the scary part about the whole deal is that these officers would have got away with that if they wouldn't have had that overhead camera photographing these individuals, because they had took their body cameras off. That's what's scary about the whole deal. These 5 officers would still be working for Memphis Police Department right now if it wasn't for that camera. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. Yeah. We touched on last evening that's why the number, what was it, up to 13 officers facing discipline. Yeah, and the numbers may continue to grow, as Pappy kind of explained. You have this kind of hearing and that kind of hearing. They're going back and talking to everybody. Who knew this? Who knew that? Who knew what? And I said it more and more appears that there was something systemic going on in the Memphis Police Department. And sadly, yes, it puts a blemish on the men in blue all over the country. That's the sad part. If you've got bad cops out there and bad departments, I think anyone working in the law enforcement realm would all be about, shut it down. That's not that's not the oath you're taking to protect and serve. Yeah, you're supposed to be there to help people, to protect people. It sounds more like they were, what was the old, the vigilante guy, Charles Bronson, right? Yeah, the vigilante. Taking justice into his own head, judge, jury, executioner, and, apparently for people that may not have even done anything. All right, we'll get a quick time out. Lines available here. A Thursday coming on. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I don't know if Wheelchair Dave was with us for our Sunday night, Monday morning show where we kicked off the week. I touched on the story, but yeah, others may not have been with us. I mean, not everybody can listen all the time, right? It is a 5-hour show, right? So, and when I shared the story initially, I said, I just can't help but wonder if it were me or you, just an everyday Joe, an individual, rather than a celebrity. Talking about Kyle Busch. He made a mistake. Yeah, ignorance of the law, I said at the time. They've always said ignorance of the law is not an excuse, right? It's sorry, you broke the law. One of NASCAR's most recognizable names handed a hefty prison sentence by a court in Mexico. Yeah, last Friday, the Attorney General of Quintana Roo, the Mexican state where popular tourist destinations like Cancun and Playa del Carmen are located, announced that 37-year-old NASCAR star Kyle Busch had been sentenced to 3.5 years in prison after he was found to be carrying a firearm without a license. Now, Busch, identified in the press release as only Kyle N. or Kyle Thomas B., had accidentally run afoul of the Mexican law last month when he and his wife were on vacation. Yeah, Kyle claimed he forgot that he had left the gun in his handbag. When they arrived at Cancun International Airport to hop on a private plane back to the States, authorities discovered in his belongings a .380 caliber pistol-style firearm with a stocked magazine with 6 useful hollow point cartridges. Now, due to an expedited procedure, Busch's case was soon placed before what they call a control judge, and the judge issued Busch a prison sentence and a fine of just over $1,000. The press release claimed that Busch was credited with his full responsibility in the commission of the crime, and a statement released on Busch's Twitter account seems to confirm he admitted guilt. Discovery of the handgun led to my detainment while the issue was resolved, he said. I was not aware of Mexican law and had no intention of bringing a handgun to Mexico. He elsewhere stated that I have a valid concealed carry permit and that I adhere to all handgun laws. I apologize for my mistake and appreciate the respect shown by all parties as we resolve this matter. By all accounts, the matter does appear to be resolved. It's not clear whether Bush will ever have to serve. That's a pretty considerable prison sentence that he was given, 3.5 years. He said, "My family and I consider the issue closed." How he's, I guess we all kind of wonder, how does Kyle Busch get out of the prison sentence when most of us, if we did the same, just an everyday citizen headed for vacation in Cancun or whatever, I'm not sure. Do these things happen often? Did the American embassy or did higher authorities have to get involved to get him out of the prison? Because I guess he wasn't detained very long. He and the wife made their way back to North Carolina, and several days later he said, "We consider the issue resolved." All right, got several NASCAR events coming up soon. The Pennzoil 400 on March the 3rd in Las Vegas. Of course, his brother Kurt, also a NASCAR driver with over 30 Cup Series wins in his career. But, it is 844-844-3388. Let's try again here. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me there, Your Honor. Appreciate it. So you think there might have been a charitable contribution made to one of the judge's favorite charities that he might have? I don't know.
I hadn't really thought of that. We are talking Mexico, So
yeah.
How about a $500,000 donation to that might you may be on to something.
Yeah, your country club could use a little update there. How about a little charitable contribution?
Now, of course, I wouldn't have the ability to offer a substantial contribution to the country club, right?
Well, I don't know. You work for that great hot shot secret company.
Yeah.
I think we could scrounge up a little bit to keep Steve Summers out of jail, a Mexican jail down there, having to go out and break rocks or whatever. But to begin with, I don't have any need to go to Mexico. Absolutely no need. Any of the vacation places, anywhere south of that border, I don't have any need to go. But if I'm going down there, if I absolutely had to go, I think I'd be packing a little heat. I don't think I'd be going south of the border. How many abductions do you hear people down there in that resort area from these drug cartels and drug lords and all that stuff? And that's just normal people. That's not the high figure, high name figure type things. So yeah, I think I wouldn't have been down there without maybe a big guy that was packing heat as well as just carrying a little pea shooter in my pocket. But anyways, so, what do we got? We got Disney. Have you ever heard of this Disney company before, Your Honor? I guess Disney has decided that they're going to slash 7,000 jobs.
Yes.
Did you catch that?
Sure enough.
I hope Philip's okay down there. I hope they're not slashing the monorails, but if they start cutting jobs, that means people are going to have to do more work to fill in for the ones that aren't. But I don't know. A lot of times when companies do that, they take the retiring people and consider them and people that are going to think about retiring and ask them to retire early and all that. But all it does is make more work for the people that are left. Earthquakes. Here, let's jump on to something else here. Earthquakes. We had an earthquake off the Atlantic coast here yesterday. Did you know that?
Really? No, I did not hear that.
Yep, 2.3 earthquake off the Ocean City, Maryland, there, right off the coast. So there was an earthquake there. They said you might have felt inland a little bit. The other day, didn't they have an earthquake up there in the Orchard Park, Western New York area? I think they had one up there. Anyways, so there's a bunch of them around. Maybe we should check out this Ring of Fire again and see what the activity is there on that Ring of Fire now. See if there's anything we got to worry about with that. But maybe that's getting to be a little more active. Maybe that molten core is starting to do something. We had the volcano happen out there in Hawaii not too long ago, so maybe things are getting more active here all of a sudden. You never know. Maybe you know, we might be boiling out there in Yellowstone again. The guys, remember all the geyser problem? They're worried about the volcano going to be coming out the geysers and all that. Maybe we should be looking into this situation a little harder.
Yeah.
And you did kind of cut out there a little bit on the end of the Eagles call before the last news break. There, you disappeared on them, and when you came back, you were halfway through your story there, talking about the guy that predicted the earthquake 3 days in advance. So
yes.
So we missed the first half of that story. I don't know if you were on mute or where you were, but you weren't with us, Your Honor.
Really?
And yep. So we missed everybody out here in the listening audience there. We all missed the first half of that whatever you were saying about that guy that predicted that earthquake out there. And oh, what else there? I have something else I had in the recording there for you that I was going to touch on. I'm trying to remember now. But
I see Disney, a building collapse in Baltimore.
Oh yeah. Apparently we had a couple vehicles that drove into a house. It's one of the row homes there, and I would assume it was one of the vacant row homes, but they drove in and there was a building collapse, and I don't know how many people were in the vehicles, but there was one fatality, and pretty much the whole row home fell down on top of them. Big brick block row home, 3-story, fell down on top of them as they crashed into it. So,
wow.
So it was in an area where some of the street racing happens, and I'm not sure if they were doing some street racing or something and got tangled up with each other and ended up crashing into the building. So reports are still coming in, and
I'll see if I can dig up more on that. Yeah, we got to pause there for the news break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Blue Flores. President Biden says he does not think that the U.S. shooting down a Chinese surveillance balloon will impact relations between the countries. Biden was asked during an interview with PBS NewsHour if things with China have taken a hit, to which he says they haven't. He also said he has not spoken to President Xi since the balloon was shot down. The World Health Organization is warning of a long-term impact on health after a major earthquake in Turkey and Syria. A WHO spokesperson told Sky News is bringing resources to the area for health care after thousands died. She said it's the organization's mission to prevent those affected or injured by the disaster from dying by providing health services quickly. The happiest place on earth is about to become very unhappy for some.
See you real soon, but probably not at work, as thousands of Disney employees are set to be laid off. Why? As part of a cost reduction plan. Disney CEO Bob Iger says the company's workforce is going to be reduced by 7,000 employees. Expect the layoffs to happen in the coming weeks and months. I'm John Schaefer.
A top Federal Reserve official is warning of higher interest rates for a longer period of time. Fed Governor Christopher Waller issued that warning at the Arkansas State University Agribusiness Conference. The central bank has been continuously raising interest rates to fight soaring inflation, and Waller said it might be a long fight. Ukrainian President Zelensky is urging the United Kingdom to provide his country with fighter jets to help in his war against Russia. Zelensky addressed Parliament during the first UK visit since Russia's invasion. In a speech, Zelensky thanked Britain in advance for powerful English planes, which he has repeatedly asked for. Researchers at Harvard say living a healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of what's known as long COVID. They followed over 30,000 female nurses for 18 months. The research found a healthy body weight and adequate sleep can help reduce the risk by half. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
All eyes of the NFL continue to be in Arizona as the lead-up to Super Bowl 57 continues.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell held his annual State of the NFL address on Wednesday in downtown Phoenix. Goodell says the way the emergency personnel jumped into action when Buffalo Bills safety DeMar Hamlin suffered cardiac arrest on the field was no accident.
We have 30 medical professionals on the sidelines. We practice and rehearse the actual drills for that exact type of circumstance. We have the best of the best on the field, including expertise that were critical in that moment.
Reporting from Phoenix, I'm Tim Berg.
Twitter is acknowledging that the platform may not be working as expected. Users began reporting outages and error messages Wednesday evening, a few hours after the company posted that longer tweets had gone live for Twitter Blue subscribers. The character limit for subscribers increased from 280 characters to 4,000 characters. Fox is projecting a record amount of profits from Super Bowl ad revenue after it reported a boost in its quarterly report. The strong report was due to a sport event slate that featured the Men's World Cup and NFL Sundays. Fox says its advertising revenue grew by 4% in the quarter. President Biden is skeptical of Republicans insisting they don't want to cut Social Security and Medicare. While speaking in Wisconsin, Biden claims some Republicans want to sunset entitlements. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another hour underway here on a Thursday as we work our way into the 9th day of February. Good to have you with us. Well, that may be the answer to one question I had last evening. Stepped out for my smoke break on a couple of occasions, as I do typically during the program. It's not uncommon to hear jets going overhead. A lot of times we're in the flight path for incoming flights at CVG Airport. But on a couple of occasions, I was thinking, man, that must be a really big jet taking off or something. It was just so loud, and much louder than I'm used to hearing. And come to find out, in all likelihood, the answer to the question is that was the Ohio Air National Guard, the 180th Fighter Wing, which is conducting nighttime training flights this week. February 7th through the 9th. So, I mean, technically, and they say weather permitting. Now, last night was a pretty clear night. I don't know if they'd be up tonight or not because it's a lot of low cloud cover and whatnot, but yeah, the Ohio Air National Guard said area residents may see or hear F-16 fighter jets, including the use of flares, taking off and landing. I guess they're flying out of Wright-Patt. Training flights normally take place during the day, but F-16 pilots and maintenance personnel are required to conduct night operations as part of their overall readiness training. We appreciate the continued support of the citizens of Ohio and Michigan as we continue to train in support of our mission, says the 180th Fighter Wing. So again, I don't know where they'll be out, if they're up training tonight or not, but yeah, like I said, definitely heard them last night on a pretty clear night. So there you go. All right, looking at a potential weekend storm along the East Coast. It's going to develop over the southeastern coming up this weekend and produce a lot of rain and gusty winds as it tracks along the coast. It will also have a wintry component, according to AccuWeather. This storm forecast to behave similar to those that are more common during like March or April when there's a lack of cold air. The storm setup will allow for some wintry conditions to visit some areas that typically don't see a lot of snow. We've been tracking this budding storm since the past weekend, and the projected path has trended further to the south compared to some of the initial forecast, which actually had it headed toward the interior northeast. We've got an atmospheric roadblock, as they call it, near Greenland, that would typically force colder air into the northeast and cause the storm to track well to the north with snow just not there. Instead, a storm that takes a southern route with dry air in place across much of the interior northeast is more likely. This more southern route does not mean a potent storm cannot take shape, nor does it mean snow will not fall. Both will probably occur in parts of the east. Now, the most likely zone for accumulating snow with this storm will be parts of the higher terrain, eastern Tennessee, West Virginia, parts of Virginia and North Carolina. And maybe more of a long shot, the Piedmont areas in Virginia and North Carolina as well. Not only may snow fall over the higher terrain of the southern Appalachians, it's possible enough snow may fall to clog the roadways. Now, for the snow to fall and accumulate outside the mountains in North Carolina and Virginia, storm's going to have to pull down some of the colder air from the mid-levels in the atmosphere. That could happen if the storm becomes strong enough and the precip becomes heavy enough. Due to this possibility, areas near and northwest of I-85 in North Carolina and Virginia, you may see a little bit of everything from just plain rain to a mixture of rain and snow, or maybe even a period of steady, wet snow. Saturday into Sunday evening. It could have to snow further, rather heavily, to accumulate on the roadways. Probably just going to be the grassy areas and elevated surfaces kind of thing. But again, weekend storm coming together along the eastern seaboard. As we get closer in timing, we'll pass you the latest. All right, get back and see if Brain Dead, take two. Let's try again here. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I tell you what, if you want to see an inept company and at its finest, here you go. You just shake your head and wonder. Because, see, my truck, the truck that I'm in now, they use it in the daytime for the city, and I have no problem with that. And I've told them, and just like the 10 o'clock driver behind me has told them, when it's time for us to go, we need to go. We don't need to be waiting around for these trucks to come back in from the city or from the guys running to the rail yards and back. It needs to go. And me and him both have gone to management and have told them, keep these people out of it. Just, what we're going to do from now on is we're just going to sit down in the break room. Well, what happened Monday night, Tuesday morning, was on the way back, the truck shut down on me, and it wouldn't restart, so they had to call a wrecker and tow me back to the yard, which made me go over my hours. So I just took a vacation day Tuesday night. I took a vacation day. I said, the heck with it. I'm not going to deal with all the BS and the fallout from working the dock. So, and come back tonight, it's part two. And I told him straight up that I'll take a line haul truck or I'll take one of these guys that are the biggest crybabies at this company about their trucks if there can't be some resolve. And they said, well, how do you plan on resolving that? I said, quite simple. Tell them one time. If they can't figure it out, the second time, here's a 15-day vacation. Hopefully that time you'll figure it out. But this company does not have the testicular fortitude to do that. These newbie kids we got running around here ain't got a lick of sense. We had a driver get run over last week on our yard. Well, he got his foot ran over by one of the Hostler trucks. But still, this company does nothing about it. These guys go out there in them Hostler trucks, think it's the Indy 500 and run 80 mile an hour. I've told several of them, I said, do you get paid by the hour or by the move? They said, by the hour. I said, why don't you slow down? Just slow down.
Mm-hmm.
It's not worth it. But anyway, let's see. The change of operation. Steve, remember that old saying, you put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig?
Absolutely.
It's still a pig. It's still garbage. They withdrew this back sometime around the beginning of December, if I can remember right, or somewhere in that area. They go back and rework things and make it better. You're not done nothing. In our section of the change of operation, we were going to lose 21 under the old operations, mind you. We were going to lose 21 dock people to the Holland terminal, which is the end of the line terminal. And then they're going to lose 37 road drivers to our terminal. So what did they do? They went down from 21 that we're losing in the city. With the new change of operation, you're taking 12, sending them to Holland, and you're sending the 31 road drivers from Holland to Memphis. What change have you actually done? You haven't done anything.
Right.
They're not addressing the real problem. The problem is the routing of freight, the delivering of freight, the time of freight. You know, I fight with the idiots in Little Rock all the time. Why are we throwing everything in one box to Memphis to be unloaded when you could separate this out just a little bit and help speed the freight along? Because they don't understand our operation and how big it is and what we're dealing with. We're dealing with all the freight on the East Coast, Atlanta, Charlotte, Chicago, etc., that runs out of this terminal. And they can't grasp the concept. And it's like beating the head against the wall. These people over here in Little Rock are pathetic. They can't even load a trailer halfway decent. And they're not, and the problem, that's part of the problem. All they're doing is quite simple, Steve, the job requirements, your cat could get on better. Breathing check, pulse check, no intelligence. Hey, buddy, you got the job.
Well, is that because of like the overall economy where it seems like nobody can find help? And, you know, my wife was wanting something to eat earlier, and it's like, no, they closed at 10. All these restaurants that used to be open, some would be 24 hours, some would be till midnight or 1. Yeah, they're all closing earlier and earlier because they can't find help.
Well, in our case, it's called accountability. I would have to take my socks and shoes off and sling a couple dead cats on how many times I have seen freight improperly loaded. I've seen containers come in off the rail from California with freight slung all over that trailer. They took me a good 10 or 12 hours to unload one container that had probably 20 bills on it. And that's the accountability part of it. It's like I was telling you before with this truck here, accountability. You know this truck comes back before 9 o'clock. You know it needs to be back. So why are you running out the gate at 8 o'clock to go an hour away knowing you can't make it back before 10 o'clock?
Right.
It's the same way. It's the same way with this freight. Why do you stack a 500-pound skid on a 300-pound skid? It's common sense, but they're not enforcing that. The people don't care. They still have not gotten the 15% back. I think maybe Ernie Souls got us at 15%. Easy. It's honestly crazy. And the guys over in Little Rock pick on me all the time because it takes me, an hour and a half to 2 hours to load one pup. Hey, I take my time. I don't care about their production numbers. I care about putting enough freight on that trailer as possible. It's like one night they had almost a full trailer load, floored out, reworked it, made half a trailer, and put an extra 1,000 pounds behind it at a half a trailer. So why is not the upper management walking the docks, coming out here at night, seeing what actually goes on? Because I told one of these vice presidents that's involved with this change of operation, you need to come ride with me. If you want to see how this job works, I got a jump seat. Let's go. The only deal is you buy the coffee and the donuts the next morning. Let's go. Because they don't see that concept. They don't see that all they hire are warehouse workers that don't care. They don't. And realistically, our terminal used to be, hey, you got 2 weeks to figure the job out or you're gone.
Right.
Now it's like, hey, we need the help. So what's more important, making money and delivering customers freight on time, intact, etc., or just whatever you want to bring in off the street, Steve? But anyway, you realize what next week is?
Next week. Now, what is it?
Pitchers and catchers report for spring training, Steve. Spring is around the corner. And I guarantee you, and I'll make a $50 bet with you. I guarantee you the Reds will have a 99-game losing season this year. What do you think?
Don't predict that on me. Not again.
Got to, Steve. Got to, because if the Bengals do good, the Reds just suck. So see you later.
Yeah, that was the case last year. That is for sure. All right, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, great to have you on board. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. What do you say, Pappy? What's happening? Oh, if my computer got click it again, take two. There he is.
I was going to say, I didn't hear no beep.
I didn't hear no beep. Yeah, if it didn't get you.
Oh, Steve, sometimes you just got to laugh sometimes. That's why I made that little comment about Monkey Gouger getting arrested out there,
Right.
You just got to laugh, I think inbred redneck, right? Him and Monkey Gouger came up with this get-rich-quick scheme. He told Monkey Gouger while he's in Myrtle Beach, man, if you collect some of that stuff, we'll be able to sell it on eBay, man, and make a fortune. I thought it was funny. I don't know. You heard about the shot around the world, Steve, right? Well, there was a kiss that went around the world last night. Did you see that? Jill Biden.
Jill on Kamala's husband, right? I saw the headline.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the video, but yeah, right on the lips, huh?
Yes, sir.
Hey,
no
baby.
mask, no nothing.
Uh-huh.
Steve, there was one person sitting in the audience last night wearing a mask. Any guess on who it was?
Dr.
Bernie
Fauci?
Sanders.
Oh, Bernie Sanders. Okay, yeah.
Can't make it up. Man, Eagles hitting on all cylinders this week, Steve. Man, he's killing it. You forgot to give him the big cookie last night.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm gonna throw a quote out to you, a movie quote. It's gonna be a hard one, but tell me if you recognize it. A man needs to know his limitations. All you listeners out there, old school, my age, Steve's age, come on, think about it.
I think I've heard the quote, but I couldn't tell you what it was, what movie it was from.
Magnum Force. The old Clint Eastwood movie, Steve, right?
Okay, right.
Magnum Force. What was that movie about, Steve? You remember? I know I'm digging some of them old brain cells out now, making Magnum Force.
Was he going out taking care of the bad guys all by himself?
Well, Steve, the police force was doing it, right? Remember the opening scene where you got the pimp that's riding in that Cadillac, all dressed up in purple, and a motorcycle cop's behind him, rolls up, stops him. The pimp whips out like a $50 bill, thinking he's going to get out of the ticket. Looks over and there's a $3.57 pointing in his face, and boom. So some of the police officers went rogue, Steve.
Right.
Along with the police commissioner. They were going out killing the bad guys. And they tried to get Dirty Harry to join their little club, and he wasn't having none of it. That's what that movie was about.
Okay.
And, so what Eagle's talking about in Memphis, is that what happened down there, Steve? Is the whole force will go rogue? I don't know.
Well, like I said, kind of begin to wonder based on the number. Wasn't it up to 13 when we were talking last night that are going to be? Yeah, 13.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, man, you were talking last night about Hunter coming in with the laptop and the statement that the owner of the laptop store gave, right?
Yep.
So let me throw something at you, kind of sticking with the comical theme tonight. He stated that when Hunter came in, he was under the influence.
He said on both occasions, he said he used the term inebriated, but he didn't believe he was impaired to the point where he didn't know what he was doing. I don't know. Can you be both?
Well, he threw the line out in the water, though, Steve. Let me tell you a quick story. I had an OBI one time, and dude was hammered. Got stuck up on some railroad tracks after they already put a bolo out for him. And so after I hooked him up, got him up to the district, there's a questionnaire that we ask all the drivers. And before you ask them all these questions, you got to Mirandize them.
Right.
Right? Because it's going to be used in court. So he was Mirandized, and one of the questions is, were you operating a motor vehicle today? And he answered yes. That, in fact, he was operating a motor vehicle when we came across him. So in a motion to suppress in court, good old Steve Adams, God rest his soul, I don't know if you're familiar with him. He was a prominent.
Yeah, that kind of rings a bell, but I got to pause. I hate that, but we'll be back following the news break.
USA News Update. Just over 27 million people tuned in to watch President Biden's State of the Union address Tuesday night. It represents a 28% drop in viewership from Biden's 2022 State of the Union, which drew in over 38 million people. The speech marks the second smallest SOTU address in over 30 years. Nearly 75% of viewers who watched the president's speech were over the age of 55, and the largest audience came from the Fox News channel, where 4.6 million people tuned in to watch the address. At least one person is dead and several others are injured after a vacant building partially collapsed in Baltimore on Wednesday night. It happened after a car crashed into the structure. First responders were initially looking for at least two people who were suspected to be trapped underneath the building. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is responding to recent attacks from former President Trump. While speaking to reporters yesterday, Republican DeSantis said he spends his time delivering results for his state. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we'll pick up right there at 844-844-3388. Hey, let me share this, and we'll get back to Pappy. I got an email from Dan about the Tyree incident there in Memphis. He said, sad, but this Scorpio unit was set up to strike fear and break up the gangs that are ruling areas of the city and was expanding, according to my wife's aunt, who actually lives there. Although the Scorpions probably needed to be sat down on a weekly basis and monitored so their heads didn't go too far above the law. But they did clean the streets up. It was in the military. I was in the military and traveled mainly to the Middle East, but I always tell people who think our country is so safe, I let them know we do have some of the most crime-ridden, dangerous cities in the world. You can't fight these gangs who don't even care about the laws by asking them nicely to follow the law. Now, with that said, there's always going to be innocent casualties in a war. Tyree's an example of that. With that said, they did stop a lot of the crime against innocent people of the city by reminding the gangs they will follow the law. But obviously, with the Tyree battle, it's going to cause the city of Memphis, I feel, to lose the war against the gangs. I don't know. There's no justification, I don't think. But I don't know. How would you respond to that, Pappy?
Steve, I get where he's coming from. Listen, man, there's some bad dudes out here, right? Sometimes you got to fight fire with fire, but what's unacceptable is an average citizen being treated like that. It's unacceptable. And Steve, we don't cross that point, even if you got some bad dudes we're dealing with, right? Even bad dudes, that's unacceptable. You know, unless some of these people are going around killing babies, you know,
right,
or something, then I mean, come on. But I mean, we just don't treat people that way in the United States, especially our law-abiding citizens.
Right, and I've heard nothing about Tyree Nichols being a part of a gang. Now, the guy that the other guy that brought up a case, I don't know that. You know, they were just, I guess they're in gang-ridden neighborhoods treating everyone in the neighborhood like they're a gang member.
Yeah, and that's unacceptable, Steve. That's not the case. I'm telling you, I can tell you for a fact, one of my areas that I'm responsible for is well known. I won't say it over there. You would know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But Steve, probably 60-70% of the citizens that live in there are good people. It's that small number of gang members, you know, that are in there that are the ones that cause the problem.
Right.
You don't treat everybody like that. Man, that's a powerful switch you got there, Steve. I have no idea where I got cut off. Let me ask you this.
Well, yeah, we left off. You were talking about the guy that was inebriated. We left off where the motion to suppress and Mr. Adams comes into play.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say, man, if Princess is in your ear, can you flip that switch just to turn her off? That's some power you got there. Yeah, Steve Adams, well-known prominent attorney here. He was killed in a motorcycle crash. God rest his soul. But anyway, so I'm on the stand, and Steve's questioning me. Right, he's going through all these questions, and at first, you know, I'm kind of thrown for a loop because he's admitting how intoxicated his client was. So I'm like, man, he's throwing me for a loop here, you know, and got me, you know, to admit it on the stand. Yeah, man, this dude was hammered, right? So he says to the judge, listen, Judge, my client was so intoxicated that when he was Mirandized, he didn't understand his Miranda rights, and that waiver he signed should be thrown out of court. And the judge agreed with him. So what Steve done, it was brilliant. All of them questions that we asked him now were not going to be admissible in a trial. Brilliant.
Wow.
My point to the Hunter deal. Steve, if you go in to sign on a house closure, right? Talking hundreds of thousands of dollars here. You walk in intoxicated, are they going to let you sign them papers? Nope. Not going to do it.
So this is a ploy to try to make it appear that his signing the documents the documents are no count because he knew he was intoxicated, and now they can try to turn around and say that he shared stolen information.
Ding, ding, ding. It's just the way my mind works.
Yeah.
Is that what Hunter's attorneys are going to try to claim now that he admits that it's his. Steve, are we hearing anything from the communist media? All that for months about how this was Russian disinformation. All these so-called security specialist, ex-CIA, FBI guys that signed that piece of paper saying this has all the signs of Russian disinformation, right? Probably turned the tide of the election. And now he admits it his. Is any of these people coming out saying, oopsie, sorry.
Yeah,
nope.
right. No apologies.
None. Crazy. Hey, Kyle Busch, sorry about your luck, dude. I'm not falling for this, man. Listen, Steve, if you forget you got a handgun on you and you're crossing the border, if what he is saying is true, I'm sorry, he ain't got no business carrying a firearm. Just the way it is, Steve. I mean, I'm over 30 years. I've been, carrying a gun for a living, Steve. I forgot I had that gun on me, or I forgot I had that gun in my luggage. Come on, man. I think it was George W. Bush signed, there was a House bill that went through about 10, 15 years ago, maybe about 15 years ago. And it exempt all law enforcement and retired law enforcement. This is back before the CCW, right, where you needed permits and all this, that any law enforcement, sworn law enforcement, or retired could carry anywhere in the United States. We were exempt from any kind of laws that would prevent us from carrying a firearm. So I could, and still can, drive to California. I don't have to worry about all the states in between here and there. Ain't that special?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, last night, real quick, we talked about how China, right, thinks well in advance. They don't just think in 4 years. They go out 50, 100, 200 years,
right,
whatever their plan is.
Yep.
So, if I'm not mistaken, Steve, the CCP took over China in 1949, right after World War II. Prior to that, they were not a communist country. So in 1949, that's when they started this little plan, Steve. This has been going on for this long. Make no mistake about it. And if you go back in history and you look at the start, you see the steps, decade by decade by decade to where we're at today. And Scarecrow was right. I think it was Nixon. I'm not sure of the year. It might have been 1969, but Nixon was the first president to visit China and started this relation thinking that we could turn them into being capitalist or whatever, right? And They snookered us, Steve. They snookered us and took us for everything we got. And we fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
And haven't we repeated the mistakes with all throughout the Middle East with the Arab uprising with Egypt and who all was involved? Keep on thinking if they change leadership, we'll bring them on to the capitalist, and it never happens.
Yeah. Through the United States, under the bus, all for the mighty dollar. Same time, Steve, Ukraine, hate to say it, Lewinsky, he's a crook. Hate to say it, but it is what it is.
Wow.
I think, what did the UN even say? Or that Ukraine was like in the top 3 of corrupt countries? Yeah, and what did China do in 1949, Steve, when they took over, when the communists took over? They went around and told all the citizens there's no more old China, right? They tore down, listen to this, you ready for this? They went around the country and started tearing down statues.
Yeah.
Ring a bell?
Ding, ding, ding.
Had to do away with their past history and move on to the communist way. They had to erase their history, and that's what we're seeing going here, Steve. They're trying to erase our history. What did Obama say? We need to fundamentally change the United States. All right, man. I'm waiting for that wind to kick in. I don't know. I think what they say about 300 or 200 somewhere around there.
I thought
right about there.
Thought the advisory kicked in from like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So I was thinking maybe the noon hour would probably be the strongest wind.
Oh, all right. Yeah, maybe it's a little later then. Yeah, I mean, that was not a first, but I was surprised. All the phone dings. It's a text message from Duke, right, saying, hey, there's a wind advisory. Be prepared. Your power might go out. Steve, check this out. When you wake up in the morning, right, you probably grab a smoke and then walk over to the coffee pot and make a cup of coffee. And Steve, if you went all day without a cup of coffee or out eating breakfast, how are you going to be feeling at the end of the day? Just go one day without eating or drinking. You follow me here?
Right.
Just one day. Let's see how you feel at the end of that day, at the end of that night. You're going to be one grumpy-ass person. I'll preach it again, ladies and gentlemen. Be prepared. So, all right, Steve. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank
man.
you very much.
It.
Yeah, I be prepared. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, we always think, no, not here. That not here in this country. No. I know what you mean. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, somebody sent me the link to, who was that? Let me flip back over here. That was John. He said, it's an older story, kind of a similar scenario, accidental border crossing with a gun, but this guy did not get Kyle Busch's deal. Story of the former U.S. Marine who took off on a surfing adventure to Costa Rica. Ended up stuck in a Mexican jail just over the border from Texas. Ex-Marine John Hammer headed south with his fellow veteran Ian McDonough on what was supposed to be a few months of surfing and camping in a Winnebago in Costa Rica. The two had recently finished a treatment program for post-traumatic stress disorder, which he suffered after fighting in Fallujah, Afghanistan. Yeah, the treatment's very exhausting. It's a tough program. He was there almost 9 months, according to his mom. They decided they were going to buy an RV, fix it up, drive down to Costa Rica through Mexico. And we were very nervous about it. We tried to discourage them, to tell them, why don't you take a plane? But they said, well, we're taking 9 surfboards, and we need a place to stay. You know, they arrive on the border between Mexico and Texas. Hammer, however, had packed his great-grandfather's shotgun, a .410 Sears and Roebuck, nearly 100 years old. Hammer had hoped to hunt small birds while he was living in Costa Rica. They wanted to register the gun with Mexican authorities at the crossing point. Now, there were signs that said you can't take a firearm. So Ian said, let's just scrap it. Don't take it. But Johnny said, well, let's talk to the customs agent. Yeah, they said, technically, you can bring it across, but you'll need to register it. And had Johnny fill out paperwork to present to Mexican officials. The gun was meant for hunting, but border officials arrested the pair on federal charges of having a weapon that is reserved for military use. McDonough was released when Hammer claimed the gun was his. And I guess that was just the beginning. He ended up in a prison. Once in prison, the family said they started getting some odd phone calls. Sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes accompanied by other prisoners demanding money. Almost immediately, we started getting extortion calls from cartel members in the prison with him. Now, they're saying, you need to wire us money or we're going to kill your son. Well, you've already effed him up. At first, I thought it was a scam, but then they put him on the phone, and he was breathless, and I knew they had roughed him up. He says, you need to do whatever they say. I'm so sorry. I'll pay you back. Yeah, they contacted the U.S. consulate in Matamoros, Mexico, tried to have him isolated from the general prison population. I mean, the story, I think he ended up spending 4 months in a prison there. He did not get Kyle's deal, did he? I don't know. Maybe if he had more money, it would have made a difference. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Maybe. Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah. So anyways, here, let's see. We'll get to the important thing first. Now you said they got a no-fly drone thing going on down there down in Phoenix there for the Super Bowl, and that's going to be supervised by Homeland Security. Isn't that Mayorkas guy? Isn't he the one that would be in control?
Yeah, he's the top dog. Homeland Security, absolutely.
That makes you feel real safe because the border is like totally secure, right?
Yeah, it is secure. Yes.
Yeah. All right. So here's the point, though. So if I go down to Harbor Freight and I get one of them $50 drones and I'm down there in the parking lot and I want to take a picture, an aerial picture of the tailgating going on, us cooking hot dogs and eating hot dogs and drinking some Skull Busters and that, they're going to bring a Black Hawk helicopter in and shoot down my $50 drone in the parking lot. They wouldn't shoot down a balloon in Montana over top of grassy rangeland because there might be collateral damage. Huh? Do you think there's going to be more collateral damage on the ground in Phoenix, Arizona than Montana? All right. So I was being a little facetious there, I guess.
I get you.
But anyways, now here's the thing. You got a couple drivers that called in here, and they seem to work for these union type establishments where as one of them stated, they get paid by the hours. So it shouldn't matter what they do because they're getting compensated the whole time they're doing it. But if you got a problem with where you work and you don't like the way things are going, you go and get a job somewhere else. And if you don't own the truck, if somebody else's name is on the door, you really can't complain about what truck you get to drive until you put your own name on the door. When you got your own name on the door, then it's your truck to drive. Otherwise, you kind of got to take the keys that they give you, and I don't know. Yeah, it's nice to have assigned equipment and that, but you can ask an Eskimo mommy. She'll tell you right dead out that if her assigned truck isn't there, she's taking whatever else they're giving her.
Yeah.
So anyways, but so that's that, and the other one there that seems to, I don't understand how when you're a union freight hauler that you would be able to qualify for food stamps, but did Red Lobster start taking food stamps, Your Honor? Yeah. I mean, if you're qualified for food stamps, do you go to Red Lobster for dinner? I don't know. Just asking.
No, last I checked, the answer would be no to that question.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Now, wait a minute. Is it that you go to Red Lobster or that Red Lobster takes the food stamps?
Neither of the two.
Yeah, okay. Just asking. I know I'll catch some flack about that because I imagine his cohort there is probably waiting on hold to give a rebuttal on that. But anyways, we'll let you go with that there. And now that we created all kinds of havoc and everything to liven up the show.
What did you say? Somebody earlier said if you're going to stir the pot, you might have to lick the spoon.
That's right. Hey, I got big shoulders. I can take it. So
all right.
All right, Your Honor. Hey, have a good morning there. We'll be out here with our ears burning.
All right, we'll be closing things out for another hour, and we'll get back to your calls ahead. Hey, looky there. We're all rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast already. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Coming up, we've got the annual list of the nation's worst bottlenecks for trucks. Have any guesses what might be on the list? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The death toll for the catastrophic earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria rose to more than 15,000 as more bodies were pulled from the rubble of collapsed homes in the stricken zone. The agency said 12,391 people have been confirmed killed in Turkey after Monday's early morning earthquake and a series of aftershocks which brought down thousands of buildings in southeastern Turkey. On the other side of the border in Syria, another 2,902 people have been reported to have been killed. Rescue workers continue to pull living people from the damaged buildings, but hope was starting to fade amid freezing temperatures more than 3 full days since the quake hit. The officer who pulled Tyree Nichols from his car before police fatally beat him never explained why he was being stopped. Newly released documents show, and emerging reports from Memphis residents suggest that was common. The Memphis Police Department blasted Demetrius Haley and 4 other officers as blatantly unprofessional and asked that they be stripped of the ability to work for police for their role in the January 7th beating. They also include revelations that Haley took photographs of Nichols as he lay propped up against a police car, then sent photos to other officers and a female acquaintance. The president takes a State of the Union message to the battleground state of Wisconsin.
Speaking in Madison, Wisconsin Wednesday, President Biden said America is back in the making stuff business.
We're building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, with products made in America, with union labor.
He touted how America now creates jobs and exports goods. He also told the crowd not to believe Republicans when they say they won't cut Social Security and Medicare.
A lot of Republicans, their dream is to cut Social Security and Medicare. Well, let me just say this. It's your dream, but I'm going to, my veto pen, make it a nightmare.
Republican members of Congress booed the president when he made those comments during his State of the Union. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
U.S. Senator John Fetterman, the Pennsylvania Democrat who suffered a stroke during his campaign last year, was hospitalized Wednesday night after feeling lightheaded while attending a Senate Democratic retreat. Initial tests at George Washington's University Hospital did not show evidence of a new stroke. Doctors were running more tests, and the senator remained at the hospital for observation. The hospital said he's in good spirits and talking with his staff and family, and they'll be providing more information when they have it. The western Joshua Tree won't be listed as threatened yet, as California Fish and Game Commission again delayed a decision Wednesday after a bill was proposed to provide protections to the native desert plant. The proposed legislation, the Western Joshua Tree Conservation Act, was made public late Tuesday. The NFPA hands out its most prestigious award.
Buffalo Bills safety Damar Hamlin was named a 2023 Alan Page Community Award winner in Phoenix on Wednesday. Hamlin was selected among 4 other finalists and says that giving back to his community will always be a priority.
Giving back to my community has always been a big part of who I am. Thankful to my father, who's right here behind me. Growing up, just watching him do community days in our community, always was waiting on my time when it came.
The football community rallied around Hamlin after he suffered cardiac arrest on the field during a Monday night football game against the Bengals on January 2nd. Reporting from Phoenix, I'm Tim Berg.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, just like that, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Officially Thursday. All right. Look at there. I can see the weekend on the horizon just around the corner. So the American Transportation Research Institute releasing their annual list of the nation's worst bottlenecks when it comes to trucks. Now, to compile the list, the ATRI used an extensive database of freight truck GPS data, several customized software applications and analysis methods, along with what they call terabytes of data from trucking operations. Yeah, we'll start at number 10. Head out to California, San Bernardino, California, I-10 and I-15. Oh, looky, there's Nashville, Tennessee. I-24 at I-40 at I-440 East. Yeah, what a bottleneck. I'm familiar with that. Traveled through that a couple times this year. Man, I hated driving through Nashville. Because it's probably been 25 years since I'd been down directly through Nashville. A lot has changed. All right, back out west, Los Angeles, California at number 8, I-710 at the 105. Los Angeles, State Route 60 at State Route 57. On over to Chicago at number 6, I-290 at I-9094. There's Atlanta, Georgia, which is a mess on a good day, right? I-20 at I-285 West. Atlanta I-285 at I-85 North. So that's number 5 and number 4, respectively. Houston, Texas, I-45 at I-69 US 59. There's Chicago again. I-294 at I-290 I-88. All these interchanges, right? You bring them all together. Big-time bottleneck. Number 1, top bottleneck for trucking. Fort Lee, New Jersey. I-95 and State Route 4. This is the 5th year in a row that the intersection of 95 and State Route 4 in Fort Lee, New Jersey is named the worst freight bottleneck in the country. Now, they found traffic conditions continue to deteriorate from recent years as we've more and more returned to work post-pandemic. Consequently, supply chain bottlenecks occurring throughout the country. Average rush hour traffic speeds at 36.3 miles per hour, down more than 6% from the previous year. Obviously, these numbers are for 2022. Among the top 10 locations, average rush hour truck speeds are less than 30 miles per hour. The past year plus has really put a spotlight on the supply chains and how congestion and other pressures can hurt the American economy. According to the ATA, ATRI's bottleneck report kind of highlights areas of our transportation network that are in need of investment so we can get goods and people moving. Yeah, the cost of doing nothing is felt in needless delays, wasted fuel, and wasted time. There you go. Top 10 bottlenecks. 5-7, what do you say?
Oh, yeah. That's why I drive at night. Horse feathers. Good Lord. Y'all call me an instigator. Hey, I need to sharpen my tools, man. I mean, I'm a rank amateur to that old boy. But he enjoyed the call. You could hear that little ornament in his voice when he's doing it. So maybe that's where he gets by with it.
Yeah, his horns were up. Yes, you're right.
Oh, and I heard Pappy about being ready, and I've been stocking stuff away for a long time now, and because you just never know. I mean, to face it, I am actually carrying a load of sawdust up here to Charleston, and this paper mill up here, and I shouldn't be doing this. It all come around to when three fat women were fighting over a case of toilet paper, and it just shook up the paper industry. That they canceled shutting this mill down. Not only that, I asked them, now that we're caught up on all this stuff, what's the deal? He said, I don't think you're going to shut it down because they opened up a brand new line. So they increased, what they produce up here. Mm-hmm. But the reason why I called is, after my last call, by the way, thank you for taking me back. I was plugging my phone back in. I seen where Douglas had called in, and right off the bat started off on this Fox News, and McConnell lied, or McConnell said something that Republican was, talking about cutting Medicare and Social Security, all this. I told him that, call in, and I'll tell him, when you call in, don't attack us. I mean, we don't. You don't play a Fox News at the top and the bottom of the hour. He called it right. I mean, you were begging for his news source on that Friday night when he was actually telling us correctly, but nobody was letting the news out until Friday noon. So, but if he spent less time attacking you and the program and more time informing us, because, hey, listen, I don't think there's many of us here that trust Fox News much anymore anyway. And we're that far ahead of him anyhow. We'll probably listen to Newsmax, you mostly, and Newsmax, and the different, sidekicks of Fox that I don't Tucker Carlson. I don't know how he keeps his job, but we're interested in the truth. And I will say this: I don't know how old you are, but when a 14-year-old boy, I went to get my first job, I had to get a health card and a Social Security number. All right, this is in the early 70s. And when I got my Social Security number and everything, the man at the Social Security office come around and showed me something. He says, this is what you call your FICA. This is your government that set up a system for you that when you get old, you turn 60, and you'll get part of your retirement, or you'll turn 62. You'll be entitled to your full retirement. All right, this is what the man. I remember that, and so of course now I'm 65. They say I'm entitled, but I ain't gonna mess with it until probably 77. I might start looking into it. But all right off the bat, the so-called entitlements, we already have been defrauded by our government. You guys especially, because I was born 57, so I've already been defrauded a few years. You guys will probably have to wait till you're 70 before you can hope to see it. But you know what? If we can come up with $100 billion to give to Ukraine out of nowhere, let's start taking care of the American people that got us there so far. So, Douglas, you might be surprised you call up how many people are going to be out here saying, yes, sir, that's right.
Well,
that's right.
I mean, here's what the comment Douglas made says, please stop putting out false info. Fox News' John Roberts interviewed Tom Scott and questioned him on Social Security. Mitch McConnell told him he was a fool for writing it down in a plan. Now, I don't know what Tom Scott said, but that's kind of like saying, I guess Tom Scott maybe suggested something about defunding. Now, that's one individual. That's not the Republican Party. You had the dumbass Lindsey Graham that suggested going back as soon as Roe versus Wade was overturned and trying to make it, try to say abortion, we want to make a federal ban on it. I mean, that was his dumbass idea, not the Republican Party's idea.
Well, I wish he would move north and come a Buckeye. You could send us Jim Jordan down here, but yeah, I'm so embarrassed.
So if you've got one individual, you get the point, though. The one individual, if Tom Scott suggested it, that's not the Republican Party. That's not the leadership. And I mean, 99% that are speaking out are saying we have no intentions. We never said anything about trying to take. It's a scare tactic the Democrats like to use to scare the old folks because they vote and the disabled people because they vote. If you scare them about the Republicans, they'll vote Democrat.
And see, if Douglas would have called in, it'd have been more you trying to defend the truth, defend the news source, and here you actually got to explain exactly what needed to be said to answer that question, and really explain what Biden says. Because if you go to listen to WhatsApp, go focus on maybe one moron. But there you go. You had your chance to explain that, and I appreciate it. I was glad to bring it up. But other than that, hey, I'm thankful. I take my key out of the switch every night. The yard, trucks parked in the yard. So yeah, I'm glad I don't have to slip seat like some of these guys. I mean, the one I've got, I'm in all the time, and just there's things I miss on it. But yet every time you get into a different truck, it's just it's a shot in the dark whether you're going to make the trip or not. So, all right, that's what I wanted to get out there. This Mitch McConnell thing, believe me, we don't like to hear a word that man says on this program, at least so far. Other than that, we're going. Oh, by the way, McCarthy, turn my guts watching him behind the president. I did notice the president handed him a hard book, probably a hard book copy, so he couldn't tear it up. But yeah, listening to him talk about what we're going to cut all this or start doing it right, funding right. I still remember he voted for the omnibus bill. So it just turns your stomach to watch you guys sweet talking and they stabbing you in the back at the same time. Other than that, we're good. We're going to sit back, cop the mail, and enjoy the trip. 5-7, we out.
All right, there you go. Somebody, let's see, Scott said, as far as Douglas, he said, I think he means Rick Scott of Florida. I guess Rick Scott of Florida had some 11-point plan. Okay, so maybe not Tom Scott, but Rick Scott. Very good. Let's see, email Biden's comment that Republicans want to take your Social Security away. Steve, that was Biden coming out and saying, I'm running for president. Yeah, watch. I expect him to announce in the next few weeks. He was reaching out to those elderly communities for votes. That's what I just said, doesn't it? By saying that nothing more. Yep, it's a scare tactic. And we all know that those elderly and those now getting closer to retirement age, that don't you dare threaten taking away my Social Security and Medicare. It is 844-844-3388. Philip, got you coming up in 2. Looks like Eagles back for an encore and room for you on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
A little bit about the border coming up here, where Republican attorneys general in 21 states calling on the Biden administration to designate the drug cartels in Mexico as foreign terrorist organizations. Well, yeah, Lord knows they're killing plenty of Americans, right? All right, thanks for hanging in there. Philip, what's happening? Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday, bud. How you doing?
Here we are, hanging with them.
Yep. So just enjoying the weather down here. It's like 63 right now, so we're doing all right. Clear as a bell. What's it like in Cincinnati?
Well, we're at about 50 right now, believe it or not, but the heavy rain is going to be moving in soon.
I think we're going to have some stuff tomorrow. I believe it's tomorrow into Saturday. I mean, they're looking at some thunderstorms and stuff coming across us, but that's nothing compared to what you guys have been through. Was Pappy saying something about their wind advisory?
Yeah, wind advisories. I mean, hell, from Alabama, Mississippi, all the way to Michigan. Yeah.
I was going to tell Pappy you might want to pull out that Predator and fire it up. Fire up that Predator you got. See if it works pretty good. So, you still there, buddy?
Yeah, he said earlier, he did earlier mention the fact, I guess he's got the solar power generator. I guess he hooked up the solar panels yesterday to get it charged up, and I'm sure he's got the Predator ready to go, stay-bill storage in there, all ready to fire up.
Yeah, I know I got my Predator at home. It's sitting in the garage. I got my stay-bill in it, and I'm all good to go with it. Got it ready. I even put a little bit of that gasoline treatment stuff in there too that they can get for the hot shot stuff. So, and the old Honda, it's running on it still too. That hot shot stuff, I'm getting about 43 right now with it. So I'm doing pretty good at just changing oil in it. Put the FR3 in there. Was that Horse Feathers talking about unions? You know what? If things wasn't what they were back in the day, we wouldn't have unions. You know? And things didn't happen the way they did. Are the unions a good thing? In some cases, yes. Are they bad? Yeah. But it is what it is. And, you know, it makes you kind of wonder what's happening today. You know, we got a lot of big companies laying off. There'll be more coming down the pipe. So, but I did some research, though, last night, Steve. You know, we were talking about those hypersonic missiles and jets yesterday. And a hypersonic missile, the fastest one there is right now, is 20 times the speed of sound. So Mach 20 is what the fastest hypersonic missile is. Russia has it. We got the second fastest one. I think ours is like 12, Mach 12. And the fastest jet that's ever been about Mach 4, Mach 5 running there. So that's, I don't know if you're going to catch that. So I'll probably have to put that drone out. You said there's a drone ban at the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Well, Horse Feathers, you might want to go buy that $50 drone. You know?
Yeah,
no big
right.
deal. I seen my neighbor take out. So no big deal. You know? We can get that Black Hawk in there. Get that Black Hawk in there and take care of that. So that's all I got today, buddy. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I'll talk to you next week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you checking in. Safe travels, rest of your journey in this morning. Let's see. Can a jet go Mach 10? Mach 10 speed has been achieved by aircraft in the past. November 16 of 2004, NASA launched the X-43A, the air-breathing hypersonic vehicle, and was able to reach real Mach 10 while being pushed into the atmosphere. All right. I guess that's the opening scene in Top Gun, right? Could the human body survive Mach 10? You know, Tom Cruise's character doing that. Now, Maverick is one scientifically improbable stunt out of many that were featured in the film. That being said, it is possible for the human body to be able to withstand such acceleration. The most likely answer is a resounding no. Okay. Makes sense to me. Hey, we'll get our news break as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. It looks like it's going to be costing more for Americans to buy a home, a car, and most credit card balances will increase. This after a top Federal Reserve official warned of higher interest rates for a longer period of time. The central bank has been continuously raising interest rates to fight soaring inflation. At least one person is dead and several others are injured after a vacant building partially collapsed in Baltimore. It happened after a car crashed into the structure. First responders were initially looking for at least two people who were suspected to be trapped underneath the building. Police say at least one pedestrian was struck by falling debris. The World Health Organization is warning of a long-term impact on health after a major earthquake in Turkey and Syria. The WHO spokesperson told Sky News it's bringing resources to the area for healthcare after thousands died. She said it's the organization's mission to prevent those affected or injured by the disaster from dying by providing health services quickly. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All
right, back at it here where we leave off. Yeah, we'll get back to the call. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I mentioned the drug cartels. Because of the severe threat to our nation and our states posed by these cartels, I hereby request that the Sinaloa cartel, CJNG, and other similarly situated Mexican drug cartels be designated as foreign terrorist organizations pursuant to 8 U.S.C. Section 1189. This is 21 states' attorneys generals writing in a letter to the president and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken this past day, designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations will give state and federal law enforcement increased powers to freeze cartel assets, deny entry to cartel members, and allow prosecutors to pursue tougher punishments against those who provide material support to the cartels. They listed the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel as the main perpetrators, citing information from the Drug Enforcement Agency that the groups import dangerous raw materials from China, using them to produce the deadly synthetic opioids or fentanyl at low cost, and then bring it into the United States. The signers said the cartels have also connections to foreign terrorist organizations like Hezbollah, a Lebanese militant group. The cartel's intense violence goes far beyond more resistance to interference with their drug trafficking and now encompasses a general effort to intimidate rivals and expand their influence. This violence, which necessarily involves using firearms and explosives to kill security forces, plainly constitutes terrorist activity. Of course, Biden in the State of the Union called for an answer to the fentanyl problem, where many Republican lawmakers were yelling out, "You secured the border. It's your fault. Hello." Biden said fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans every year. When Republicans said Biden needs to close the border, he replied, "You got it. You got it." Really? Okay, I believe, let's see here. Eagle has an encore this morning. Hello, Eagle. Oh, boy. I believe that would be, that's not an encore. That's a snore. All right, let's see what's going on with the right-wing nut. Hello, right-wing.
Yes, right-wing nut, yes. I don't know if you heard about this, but they shot down a balloon here the other day.
Really? Who did? Where?
I guess it was one of ours. They couldn't get up high enough to shoot it down with bullets. That's a damn cigar. But using the AIM-9 Sparrow on it, I guess is what it was. And I wonder if they had the theme to Top Gun rolling in their ears when they were shooting that thing off. Imagine watching it on the video. And I'm sure they got it. They got that camera going right up to the point of contact.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Imagine if they queued that up with the Top Gun theme, Highway to the Danger Zone. Oh, that'd been cool. Yeah. Well, what is it that Biden says? You got it. What is that supposed to be? That he's going to close the border, or that it is closed? Which one is it?
Good question, yeah. I would think it would have to mean he's going to close it, because it sure as heck ain't closed right now.
Well, that border secretary, whatever his name, Mayorkas, there you go. I mean, he ain't done a damn thing, and he's saying, well, we're trying to. trying to my hind end. Hell, you had that chance when Trump was there, getting that border built, getting that wall set up, and y'all stopped it. What were y'all going to do then? It is amazing how they can spend millions, hundreds of millions of dollars for the security of the borders of other countries, but they just don't give a damn about our southern border. Yeah, whenever this country gets turned over by terrorists, and the politicians are over there scratching their head wondering, why how in the hell did this happen? Well, this is how in the hell it happened. You don't have it secured. I understand Abbott, governor of Texas, is restarting the border wall process. So good for him. Boy, I sure could use an adult beverage right about now. And not a stronger cigar, but one that's a little more mild.
Yeah, right.
Any suggestions out there? Yeah. You know, they said they got them cigars that are made with rum cigars. Well, the problem with that is I put it in a rum bottle, and I drop it, and I can't get it out. It always kind of gets a little cockeyed in there right before it gets to the bottleneck. Andy, I tell you what, then when you try lighting the thing on fire, the whole damn thing goes up in a ball of flame. Like, how in the hell are you supposed to smoke one of them? So, anyways. Well, I'll let you go. Maybe there's someone out there that got the question. I got the answer to the question of, did they have Highway to the Danger Zone playing in their ears when that missile was shot off?
Yeah.
All righty, senor. We'll talk to you later.
Have a good morning, right-wing nut. There you go. Let me flip back over to the email here. Who was that? Good morning, Shorty. Shorty said you should have asked Philip about the Disney layoffs. Ask him if he thinks it might be because of the union vote they just had. I don't think it has anything to do with the union vote. But yeah, maybe the irony coming right after the vote, the announcement yesterday, a sweeping restructuring under the new boss, technically the new old boss, Bob Iger. They're going to cut 7,000 jobs, looking to save $5.5 billion in costs and make their streaming business profitable. Now, this represents about 3.6% of Disney's global workforce. Disney shares actually rose 8% with the news in after-hours trading. Iger said he's going to reorganize the company into 3 segments. There will be an entertainment unit that encompasses film, television, and streaming. The sports-focused ESPN unit, and the Disney Parks, Experiences, and Products Unit, 1, 2, 3. This reorganization will result in a more cost-effective, coordinated approach to our operations, according to the conference call with analysts. We are committed to running efficiently, especially in this challenging environment. Also said he would ask the company's board to restore the dividend for shareholders by the end of this year. He actually came out of retirement a few months ago to run Disney for another 2 years. He's under pressure to improve financial returns. One investor is fighting to join Disney's board, arguing the company has overspent on streaming and fumbled succession plans. All right, the latest media company to announce job cuts in response to slower subscriber growth, increased competition for streaming viewers. They reported their first quarterly decrease in subscriptions for their Disney Plus streaming unit, which apparently has lost more than $1 billion. Now, Warner Brothers and Netflix have already undergone layoffs. It's been kind of the trend as of late. Now, the last time they made cuts was during the height of the pandemic, when they announced in November of 2020 they would lay off 32,000 workers. Most of that was at the theme parks, of course. Yeah, the cuts took place in the first half of 2021. They plan to cut $2.5 billion in sales and general administrative expenses and other operating costs. That's already underway. Another $3 billion in savings would come from reductions in non-sports content, including the layoffs. I got a bunch more numbers there, but Iger took the helm back in, I think it was November. I think he's been kind of crunching the numbers, pushing things together here. How are we going to address? And that's the answer. That's the response. We'll see if it works. But all right, 15 before the hour. Clear lines for the first time here on a Thursday at 844-844-3388. Now, if you had to wager a guess, where would the best place to live in this country be, according to the experts? I don't know what makes you an expert, but should we start with number 1 or number 5? Let's start with number 5. I've never been to Colorado Springs, Colorado. Colorado Springs, though, at number 5, a paradise for hikers, nature lovers, and adventure seekers. Colorado Springs perfectly rounds out the list of best 5 places to live in the USA. Booming with new residents popping up all alongside quality schools, parks, and cultural attractions, according to the Business Insider. This quiet, wholesome town puts you both near Denver and the upscale ski resorts of Vail and Aspen, with more affordable housing and a lot less horrible traffic. All right, number 4, Fayetteville, Arkansas, really? Home of the University of Arkansas, Fayetteville combines youthful energy with a classic small-town feel. A vibrant, progressive city with vast entertainment options. A city that has seen immense growth, according to a local experts, is that the region has evolved from a small town to a center of higher education, culture, commerce, and entrepreneurialism. Thanks to the location of the heart of the Ozarks, Fayetteville also draws a crowd of nature lovers. The Ozarks appeal to the outdoorsy type, and the city's been growing rapidly. An abundance of state parks, acres of community green space, playgrounds, parks, and walking trails. At number 3, Huntsville, Alabama. If you haven't heard of Huntsville, odds are you soon will. The city is the fastest growing in the state of Alabama, and for good reason. The once sleepy town of Huntsville gained fame in the 60s when it became the hub for NASA. Placing the city as in its top spot. Now Huntsville's undergoing another renaissance with tech companies, craft breweries, and artists flocking to the town in recent years. A great place for people of all ages, offering exciting restaurants, bars for young people, great schools for families, favorable weather year-round. Huntsville City has many new shopping, dining, and entertainment options alongside the largest privately owned art facilities in the South. Downtown Huntsville is gentrifying with an old cotton mill, which has been turned to a performing arts center. At number 2, Raleigh, North Carolina. If you're looking to build a career in tech while enjoying the comforts of the American South, Raleigh would be the city for you. One of the 3/4 of the state's famed Research Triangle, Raleigh has made a name for itself as an East Coast center of innovation. There are plans for a $1 billion Apple campus coming soon. Even if you aren't chasing career ambitions in the tech or research sector, this state capital is equally appealing due to a mild year-round climate, a blossoming foodie scene, and plenty of opportunities to cheer for that hometown North Carolina State Wolfpack. And number 1, would you ever guess Michigan? Ann Arbor, Michigan, home to a vibrant culinary scene. growing technology industry, and the University of Michigan Ann Arbor, a city with a lot to do and a lot to offer. Dismissing Ann Arbor as just another college town would do this southeast Michigan city, often called Tree Town, a huge disservice. Well-designed trail systems, a passion for the arts, worldly restaurants, plus friendly, smart residents who are civically engaged. Among the reasons Ann Arbor is one of the best cities to live in the USA. All right, so Ann Arbor, Raleigh, Huntsville, Fayetteville, and Colorado Springs. Top 5. 10 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you very much. Plenty of room for you. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. Quick reminder, of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. All right, a very good morning from TNCRadio.live, the studios in the shadow of the Johnson Space Center. We had a nearly 30-degree temperature drop Wednesday afternoon that leaves us in the 40s, the upper 40s this morning. Wow, what a difference a day can make, huh? Of course, Wednesday nights are all recorded live, then played again Thursday mornings right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive on TNCRadio.live. First up, coming up 5 a.m., join Tom Kirk and Christine Gray as they host an all-new episode of Keep On Talkin'. Yeah, this week, callers weighing in on the difference between the so-called driver shortage and the difficulty of finding qualified, good drivers. Spoiler alert, not everyone agrees about this problem or the solution. Then it's Larry and Angie Baum, a special guest. His handle's Budman. And they talk to him about his remarkable story of how he got started in the trucking industry. Although he was harshly warned to stay away. Finally, Anderson and Banker cover a lot in the world of sports on Clutch Time Sports, the only weekly sports show directed to truckers. Lots to cover, of course, with the Super Bowl, not the least of which is the predicted outcome of the coin flip, the color of the Gatorade that will be poured on the winning coach. No, we're not taking it too seriously. All that coming up starting at 5 a.m. on TNCRadio.live. There you go. All right. In space news, I guess this would not be good news for things orbiting the planet. A mysterious Russian satellite broke apart, apparently, early last month. Creating a cloud of debris that may linger in Earth orbit for a while, they tell us. The Cosmos 2499 spacecraft disintegrated on the night of January 3rd, according to the U.S. Space Force 18th Space Defense Squadron, which tracks human-made objects in orbit. The breakup even generated at least 85 pieces of trackable debris. This cloud of space junk orbiting 726 miles above the planet, so high that it'll likely take a century for atmospheric drag to bring it down. The 18th SDS did not speculate about the cause of the breakup, and that's far from the only mystery surrounding the Cosmos 2499. Launched into Earth orbit May of 2014 atop a Russian rocket vehicle, along with 3 Rodnik military communication satellites. The Cosmos 2499 was not officially on the launch manifest. U.S. satellite trackers initially cataloged it as a piece of space debris, but then that debris started making maneuvers. There's a mystery there, but all right, I got to hit the clock. News break time, top of the hour. The Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Vice President Harris is touting the Biden administration's action on climate change and the economy.
Through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, through the Inflation Reduction Act, which, by the way, the Inflation Reduction Act alone was $370 billion to address climate.
She made an appearance at Georgia Tech in Atlanta on Wednesday. Harris said at least $1 trillion will be used across the U.S. to address the lack of resources in communities and help move the needle toward a clean energy economy. She also discussed the administration's efforts to help get clean drinking water and removing lead pipes to protect vulnerable communities.
Close some of the gaps that have long existed around which communities have what resources, around which communities are disproportionately and adversely affected by our failure to act or take seriously issues like clean water, as an example.
Vice President Harris says there's more work that needs to be done.
By that I mean, the importance of all of us understanding that I believe that access to clean water should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it.
Harris is set to visit Minnesota on Thursday to promote electric vehicles. President Biden said Russian leader Vladimir Putin has already lost Ukraine. A day after his State of the Union address, Biden gave an interview with PBS NewsHour and said there's no way Russia will succeed in its occupation of Ukraine. He touted NATO's coordinated support and stressed that American aid to Ukraine is vital. The president also confirmed that American aid to Ukraine is open-ended. Football is still in the hearts for Damar Hamlin. That's according to Dr. Tom Mayer, who joined SiriusXM's Heart to Heart on Wednesday and said, "I guarantee that Damar Hamlin will be playing professional football again." The NFL Players Association's medical doctor is the first doctor to suggest the Bills' safety would be able to suit up again. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts is soaking in every moment during his first trip to the Super Bowl.
Everything we've been able to do this week, you definitely want to soak it all in. It's something we worked really hard to, get to this point. Obviously, we're coming for a reason and having a goal in mind, but just soaking it in with our teammates.
Hurts says they are enjoying the moments and having fun, but also doing a great job keeping their minds on the task ahead. The signal caller also said he expects a very tough game against the elite Chiefs team. Head coach Nick Sirianni said Wednesday his team continues to stay focused and is doing a great job avoiding distractions as they gear up for the big game.
Our guys are locked in. We understand that there is a lot of distractions. There's a lot of things that aren't a part of our typical week. So we have to do our best to make sure that our routine stays the same in the midst of the madness.
The Eagles will clash with Kansas City in Super Bowl 57 on Sunday in Arizona. The Chiefs are getting some good news on the health of their star quarterback ahead of the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes spoke to the media on Wednesday and said his injured ankle is definitely in a better spot. The quarterback suffered a right ankle sprain during the team's divisional round win over the Jaguars on January 21st. Mahomes said, "I definitely move around better than I was moving last week or 2 weeks ago. So it's just trying to continue to get the treatment and the rehab and get as close to 100% and then rely on some adrenaline." Head coach Andy Reid said his signal caller has been doing well in practice and participated in just about everything. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Some new and returning events will make for a busy June. Then the old favorites will take us through another thrilling summer. And what of this big announcement? From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA will be coming to Louisville, Kentucky on Saturday, April 1st for a Grand National Invitational event. The pull will feature top performers from 4 divisions of the association's Grand National ranks and will run concurrently with the Mid-American Trucking Show. Several details of this premier-level pulling contest will be revealed in the coming weeks in this broadcast and on ntpapull.com and via our social media channels. The Invitational Louisville will follow by 2 weeks the 4th edition of the Shipshewana Spring Nationals at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th. Visit shopntpa.com for tickets and ntpapull.com for info. The Mule City 300 at Gallant Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina returns to the national schedule on June 2nd and 3rd. The next weekend, Farley, Iowa joins the NTPA family with 2 sessions on June 9th and 10th at the 300 Raceway Farley Nationals. Continuing with the Grand National event schedule, the Power Pole Nationals at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota is set for June 16th and 17th. And then the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals will put 14 divisions to the test on the Twin Tracks at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin from Thursday through Saturday, June 22nd through 24th. The circuit then gets a breather until the mid-season classic, the Lions Super Pole of the South in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. The Super National overtakes Lions Motorsports Park on July 21st and 22nd. The GN circuit then visits a couple of border towns the next weekend at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery, Ohio for the Fort Recovery Grand Nationals and the Fairgrounds in Meade County in Brandenburg, Kentucky on July 28th and 29th. Rockwell, Iowa leads off August on the 3rd through the 5th with the North Iowa Nationals at Chamber Acres. 5 sessions will bring 14 divisions into play, and tickets and campsite reservations are already on sale at shopntpa.com. Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Pole is up next on Saturday, August 12th, and then the tour rolls about a half hour east on US 6 to Bowling Green, Ohio for the National Tractor Pulling Championships on Thursday through Saturday, August 17th through 19th. As each of 13 Grand National divisions will advance their races with 2 hooks apiece on the Wood County Fairgrounds sod. On August 25th, it's the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fairgrounds in Wellington, Ohio, and we'll be ready to crown an unlimited champion that very evening. The next weekend, September 1st and 2nd, Canton, Ohio's Stark County Fair makes its debut as a 2-night Grand National event where the light supers and 2-wheel drives will reach their season's endpoint. Across the state at the Fulton County Fairgrounds in Wauseon, Ohio, it's the minis and the 4-wheel drives that complete their schedule at the Emmy Miller Tire Tri-State Showdown on Friday, September 1st. And Sandwich, Illinois' DeKalb County Fair Pole has Thursday Truck Night and Saturday Tractor Day on September 7th and 9th, where we'll determine the champions in Superstock Diesel 4x4, Superstock Diesel, Super Farm, Pro Stock, and Modified. And we'll have one last GN reunion on September 16th at the Enderley Pull-Off All-Star Invitational at the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio. There's plenty of regional and state action in the offing as well, and we'll note those in future reports and, as always, on the schedule page at ntpapull.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, there's the big news. NTPA coinciding with the Mid-America Truck Show Saturday night. When the truck show shuts down, NTPA action, Freedom Hall. And kind of anxiously anticipating some of our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored poolers maybe participating in that competition there. As we get our final hour underway here on a Thursday, jump on board at 844-844-3388. Hey, for horse feathers, stirring the pot. Scooter says, Steve, as far as horse feathers comments, assigned equipment is actually covered under the bargaining agreements on regularly scheduled bid jobs. The company is not holding the agreement. Okay. A little more to the story, would you say? Other industry headlines here. Someone had emailed me a link earlier to that. Yeah, the FedEx driver, a delivery driver dead after colliding with a passenger train in rural Missouri. February the 7th, Pleasant Hill, Missouri, about 9:48 a.m. at an uncontrolled railroad crossing. Fox 2 now reports that there was a stop sign and a sign pointing out the railroad crossing at the intersection. The FedEx delivery truck driver, 34-year-old Patrick Metz, died as a result of the wreck. Of the 35 passengers on the train, no other injuries reported. A statement from FedEx says, we extend our deepest condolences to the family and friends of those involved in this accident. We are fully cooperating with the investigating authorities. Initial investigation revealed the truck failed to yield to the oncoming train, obviously, while trying to cross the tracks. This is the second time in less than a year a fatal crash between a truck and passenger train occurred in rural Missouri. Back in June of last year, 4 were killed, a dump truck driver and 3 train passengers. Since then, the Missouri DOT has requested $50 million to upgrade some of the rail crossings there in that state. And it's kind of like, well, it's yesterday's news. It would have been nice to maybe pass the information on before the event, but it must have been quite the scene if you got a glimpse of it yesterday. They were asking drivers in Iowa to plan ahead for this oversized load move through Des Moines yesterday. Passing from the Perry area to ADM in Des Moines. I guess, is that Arthur Daniel Midland? Traveling along Highway 169 from Highway 141, then east on 44. And anyway, the drivers should anticipate slow-moving traffic. This oversized load, 180 feet long, 20 feet wide, 18 feet tall, weighing in at 506,000 pounds. Indeed, the Iowa DOT said it doesn't get around like your typical automobile, you think? All right, one other tidbit here. Police searching for a truck driver involved in a road rage shooting with a tow truck driver after an incident in San Antone yesterday morning. About 12:48 a.m., according to KENS 5 News, the tow truck driver and truck driver became involved in a road rage incident when the truck driver pulled out a gun, shot the tow truck driver 3 times. truck driver then drove away. The tow truck driver was able to pull over safely on Interstate 35 just before the Eisenhower Road exit to call for help. The tow truck driver was able to tell police what happened, was taken to the hospital in critical condition. His condition, they do say, has since improved, but he sustained gunshot wounds to the shoulder, leg, and arm. Police do not have many details on the shooter. No arrests have been made, and they have not yet identified the tow truck driver, but looking for details out there. Wow. Road rage in this day and age happens all too often. Just people just pulling out the guns. You never know. All right, Heatwave, I believe, joins us here. What's going on?
Oh, I was listening to the show the other night. Did you say the state of New Mexico has a bill being proposed to keep trucks in the right lane, even if it's a multiple lane highway?
That's what the story said, unless you're actively passing another vehicle. And I'm thinking, well, isn't that pretty much the law anyway? The only thing I could figure was maybe they're talking about a lot of times when you're going through cities or when you got like maybe 3 lanes or 4 lanes, a lot of times truck drivers will not stay in the slow lane. They'll move a lane over to allow more people to be able to merge into traffic. I guess that would be affected, but isn't that pretty much the law anyway?
That's what I was thinking too. Being the slow speed bump that I am at 63 mile an hour, we stay to the right very much, as very much often, as my brother would say.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that they're going to have to understand, if this is, if you want to make it a law, which is already there to begin with, but if you want to emphasize it, how about you do us a favor out here and fix the damn roads to where it will withstand the excessive weight of a tractor multiple times a day. I mean, good Lord, you don't even have to be in a semi, Steve, to figure out how rough these roads are. I imagine just driving around in your Subaru, you hit a couple of potholes and you're thinking, damn, why don't they fix it? They want these trucks to be roadworthy. Well, the roads ought to be roadworthy for the trucks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because we're seeing way too much damage to our equipment out here. And even though Yellow ain't got the best equipment, I mean, it's still what, keeps the paychecks coming in. But, I mean, if you have issues with suspension, tires blowing, something in the trailer goes boom because you hit a bump, I mean, that's got to be, responsibility of the state to fix their damn roads and make sure that they beef up the right lane. Arizona, a very good example of a state that has crap for roads. I mean, especially at night, you can't see the damn things because they blend in real well, and once you hit it, you just wonder just what kind of suspension damage was done because it is such a hard hit. So, I think I've said before, the one state that I've gone through that I've really enjoyed driving on the roads was Interstate 80 in Nevada. Now, they experience, high heat being in the desert, and they also experience the low cold of being in the desert and further north. Their roads are smooth. If you talk to Santa Claus out there or Red Mule or whoever else is out that way, I think Gear Jammer is one of them. I might be wrong on that one. But I mean, you ask them, how are the roads? They could have the roads fixed in 6 months, and within 4 months, it's just as bad as the roads were prior to them fixing it. Arizona, I mean, good night. The eastbound side from the state line into Flagstaff is just absolute crap. And, it's not like every one of these trucks out here have just one person. Ours has 2. We run team. And what I have to say is, if one driver doesn't get good sleep, the other one's not either. I mean, this is not only a physical damage, but it can be also an emotional damage where you're not feeling up to snuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'm making sense on that or not, but I mean, there's some nights I can sleep, some nights I cannot, and I'm sure it depends on the mattress you got, but I mean, no amount of stuffing in a mattress is going to help you try to get over all these damn bumps and potholes that they have in the right lane. I mean, and sometimes I do. I drive in the left lane to avoid the excessive potholes.
And you probably know this.
There's
certain stretches out there, and if you go the same route, you know where you don't want to be in that right lane.
Exactly. And it just, you just can't help it sometimes. You have got to get in that left lane to avoid the potholes in the right. And sometimes even that left lane ain't worth a hoot in hell either. So, I don't know. They've got to come up with a way to make sure that these roads can be maintained, build up to withstand the weight and the amount of traffic, and also be able to withstand a period of time greater than, say, 5 years or even 10 years. I mean, build them. So, anyways, and we've got, they're going toward my neck of the woods, both sides of the interstate where the county ends their maintenance, where, say, Bernalillo County meets Santa Fe County. And I've noticed this on several different counties where the counties meet up. Their building material and the way they built stuff just ain't good for about 50 feet, 25 feet on one side, 25 feet on the other of the county line. And then after that, it's decent. But why can't they meet, set it up where they can get their product? I don't know, Steve. It's kind of like it's a piece of wood in the middle, and they build up to the wood one side, the other side builds up to the wood, then they pull the wood plank out and say, okay, it's fixed. I don't understand it, but maybe that's just me. So I guess I'm done ranting and raving. So they got the tractor pull Saturday, huh?
That's correct.
Well, I tell you what, they really have got. I mean, what they've got the basketball playoff NCAAs in Louisville for that week, the weekend prior to the truck show. Then they got the truck show, and then they got that going on. Whew. Well, I'll tell you what, Louisville's kind of like the mini Phoenix right now with all their stuff going on. I sure hope Louisville doesn't have all the traffic issues as far as construction going on, because that would be a real drag. But, yeah, I think I'm done.
So it's going to be kind of like very similar to just like last year when we had to transform the Freedom Hall Arena there. They transformed from a concert on Friday night, music concert, stage and lights and all that, and tear the stage, the light, take all that out after the concert, and then bring in all these truckloads of dirt and all that to transform the arena into a tractor pulling venue. And they do that in less than I couldn't believe that they successfully did the turnaround last year, but they did. They were, of course, the trucks were hauling that dirt in all night long. But there you go. So get her done, right? 23 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I got your email earlier, Woody, if you're still with us this morning. Hope you're being safe out there. Didn't get your message from Deborah this morning. But he said, hey, Steve, in a few suburbs around Indianapolis, there's actually some school districts proposing to change their spring breaks by a day or so to allow the kids to not miss the total eclipse while headed home on the school bus. It's pretty amazing how they can pinpoint an exact time for the eclipse like that. But will your area be able to see the total eclipse that day? And he's talking about right on the heels of, seems like just yesterday, but remember the total solar eclipse, the Great American Eclipse, they called it in 2017. And, I recall that well because we had the special glasses, everybody out in the yard looking at the sun with the special glasses. And memory serves, I think we were in about like the 75 or maybe even 80% totality. And I wasn't overly impressed. I thought it was going to get a lot darker than it actually got, being in 80%. The sun blocked out. Well, the next total solar eclipse, just over a year away, April 8th of 2024. And for those in the center of totality, the sun will be totally blocked out for almost double the length of the previous eclipse. It's like 4 minutes and 27 seconds. Yeah, nearly double the Great American Eclipse in 2017. Now, the 2017 eclipse was witnessed by about 20 million people from Oregon to South Carolina. Next year's 2024 is sure to be witnessed by millions more. And because of what they saw, the beauty of the sun's corona, in the suddenly darkened sky, many millions more now know that a total solar eclipse is something truly worth seeing. In the United States, totality will begin in Texas a little before 1:30 Central Time, and in Maine, 3:35 p.m. Eastern Time on April the 8th. If you've not seen a total solar eclipse, put it on your bucket list, they say, and mark that date down, April the 8th of 2024. It is truly breathtaking sight, and you won't regret traveling to be in the totality zone to see the sun's corona while you stand in the shadow of the moon. And they do point out, believe it or not, get inside the path of totality, because even 99% is not the same as 100%. You'll only see the corona when you see in the 100% eclipse. Inside that path of totality. All right, we'll get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. It looks like it's going to be costing more for Americans to buy a home, a car, and most credit card balances will increase. This after a top Federal Reserve official warned of higher interest rates for a longer period of time. The central bank has been continuously raising interest rates to fight soaring inflation. At least one person is dead and several others are injured after a vacant building partially collapsed in Baltimore. It happened after a car crashed into the structure. First responders were initially looking for at least two people who were suspected to be trapped underneath the building. Police say at least one pedestrian was struck by falling debris. The World Health Organization is warning of a long-term impact on health after a major earthquake in Turkey and Syria. The WHO spokesperson told Sky News it's bringing resources to the area for healthcare after thousands died. She said it's the organization's mission to prevent those affected or injured by the disaster from dying by providing health services quickly. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-5400. 4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I was looking at the map here. Woody sent me the link. Trying to find a way to share it on Facebook or whatever. I'm looking at Cincinnati, Ohio. Of course, I live northwest of downtown. Yeah, we find ourselves in the zone that'll be like 99.8%. I mean, I guess I'd have to jump in the car and I would only have to drive maybe 15, 20 miles and be in the totality zone for 2 minutes worth. And you get right there toward the Indiana-Ohio line on 74. That's right there in the 2 minutes worth. You get over toward Indianapolis, looks like they're going to be in the zone where they'll be in the totality of the eclipse, right in nearly 4 minutes worth. Yeah, I'm going to definitely... I mean, can you believe how close, though? Like 99.9% or 99.8% of the sun will be obscured, but we're not in the path of totality, so it won't get totally dark like it does in that path. But, we'll have to jump in the old family truckster and drive a few miles, because that's really a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing to be in the path of totality. All right, Eagle... Morning, Eagle. Welcome back.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Okay, yeah. I was dozed off, but yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about. Some sports this time. Since we discussed the Memphis deal. Yeah, you was talking about the security that's at the Super Bowl this year. Like you said, Steve, this Mayorkas guy, I don't know why. I don't know what it's going to take to get this guy out of his job. He's done everything. He hasn't tried to do anything on the southern border. You talk about all the deaths of fentanyl coming in, all these illegals coming in, all gang activity, what do you call these people, cartel people coming in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a disaster. And Joe Biden had the nerve to get on TV last night again, Steve. And as he likes to say, the previous administration try to blame Donald Trump for the wall, for the border being open. And that's the last thing that should come out of that guy's mouth, is to say something bad about Donald Trump. He couldn't carry Donald Trump's underwear. You know something, Steve? Who is this woman? Who is this woman that everybody's talking about? I forget her name. The one with the white jacket on at the speech last night that kept interrupting Joe Biden. What is her name?
Probably Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay, yeah, that woman. Yeah, the one she had on a white fur coat last night at the State of the Union, and she let her feelings be known about how she felt about Joe Biden. She even, I don't know if you've seen it, Steve, but when she was first going to the Senate, the hall where they had it at, she had a balloon. She had a balloon that she was walking with, and she was making fun of Joe Biden and the way he handled the balloon situation. And some people were trying to say that she could possibly be a candidate, from what I've been reading on TikTok and some other things, that her and Donald Trump are good friends, and that she might possibly be the vice president if he gets back into the White House. That she might be his vice president. Have you heard anything about that?
I know that Trump and Marjorie are close, but I haven't heard anything. I don't think she would be the pick. I think there's several others. I mean, Kristi Noem would be a much better pick than her.
Yeah. Well, that's what I heard. But I like this woman, because she voices her opinion. I like her, because she states what's on her mind, and she has an outgoing personality. I like, people were trying to say that she was out of line for what she did last night, but nobody says anything about Maxine Waters and Sheila Jackson Lee, and especially the squad, Steve.
Yeah.
You seen the reaction that those people had last week when one of them got terminated, how emotional they was. So, like I say, I don't care about. They can say that she's too emotional, Mary, or whatever her name is. They can say she's emotional, but she doesn't have anything compared to AOC and the squad and them two other losers that's on that deal. Like I said, Minnesota ought to be ashamed of themselves. She's still in Washington, D.C. We talked about her before, Steve. The one that's a Muslim. I forgot what her name is. The one that's so-called representative.
Elon Omar.
Her.
Yeah.
Yeah, Omar. Yes, she should have been out of Washington, D.C. a long time ago. Minnesota should be embarrassed to even have her in there. And, one other thing I wanted to say before I hang up, Steve. They saying that one guy is hospitalized. The guy that's supposed to be representing, the guy who looks like Frankenstein with the big ears, the one that everybody couldn't believe that shouldn't have got the job to begin with. They say that he's hospitalized. I read on my phone he's hospitalized tonight. I don't know what's wrong with him, but they say that guy is in the hospital. Maybe you could check up on that and see why he had to enter into the hospital. But he's supposed to be in the hospital tonight.
I had not seen that. I'm guessing that's the guy from Pennsylvania. Hey, I had an answer. I got an email from Pappy a few minutes ago. I think you might have dozed off, but he responded to your question about police and ski masks, and he said, I forgot to comment on Eagle's question about police.
Yeah.
And
go ahead.
He said the answer is no, not working the streets, making traffic stops. The only time I'm aware of ever allowing them to wear a mask would be during serving a search warrant to protect the identity of the undercover officer involved in the investigation. So,
I appreciate you letting me know that. Yeah, because I listened to Pappy's phone call and I noticed he didn't answer that question, but I heard him when he said he was giving me the cookie for the night. So I appreciate that, Pappy. And like I said before, Steve, that's the reason why I wanted to get his voice on that, because I know for sure that law enforcement don't wear ski masks. I'm talking about maybe if it's an undercover operation they might do it, but not for routine traffic stops and other things. Have I heard of police using ski masks? So I appreciate you updating me on that situation, on what Pappy had to say about that. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, have a good morning there. And he also mentioned the fact that there are always marked cars and uniform officers that are present during the search warrants. Your unmarked vehicles are going to show up on the street, and then they may park a block away or whatever, and your non-uniform officers, the undercover guys, may get up and get out and act like they're walking the dog or something. But before they go knocking on the door or breaking down the door, the marked cars and the uniformed officers are going to be there on the scene. And they'll definitely be notifying anyone inside the residence or whatever. It's the police. Open up. Police. Search warrant. That kind of stuff. All right. Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Happy Thursday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. And the great product of Staybill. We've got 41 degrees. Talking rain all day. Heading to a high of 58. I'm sorry, going up Highway 58 from Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights. Come on Friday. Here we go. Truck and Phil, Simplify, safe travels, playing in the rain today. I think we're going to be in the same boat. A lot of rain in our forecast here in Southwest Ohio. See what Buster has going on here. Morning, Buster.
Hey, good morning, my brother. Hey, real quick, I forgot. I heard I was listening to a podcast from yesterday's show this evening about 10 when I got off duty, and you mentioned about Dr. John's salute to him down here in Knoxville, Cotton Eye Joe. That owner of that establishment offered anybody who gave $250 to St. Jude back in December 1 year pass to come into his establishment. and I was going to do it anyway because I've never been to Dollywood, but I did that. So that was pretty neat. And I used to be Dr. John's UPS driver from 2004 till last year when I went out to Townsend. And I always talk to them about medical stuff. And good people, St. Christopher, good people. Thank you, Steve. Steve, second thing, the eclipse. You look at the situation there. If you could get over to southern Illinois near the Ohio River, Mississippi River, down that way is the only place in America that went over 100% in 2018 or 17, sir. That makes that town a cross, crucifixion cross. They've got big plans in that community.
Because that one came in from northwest to southeast, and this one's going to be coming from southwest to northeast. You overlap the two, and it kind of makes an X across the United States.
And last thing, Steve, the truckingshow.com, get that out to everybody. Please download your free pass, $20 savings, and you won't have to stand in line whenever you show up. But, they're good people. I've called them again this week about trying to get some of those people who are doing the Perceptics or the like we do at UPS, where they can watch you do everything if you put the brakes on fast or anything. We in the trucking community need to know all about. Hey, even the Kentucky Highway Patrol, the weigh stations, they need to get the word out that they can zoom in on you with the feeder trucks but as you get off the freeway, so I can see if you got your seatbelt on or if you got your glasses on. So that's some pertinent information.
All right, Buster.
Steve, bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. All right. Yeah, we've touched on the ELD. It's not a recall. It's revocation. That's the word, revoked. The FMCSA continuing efforts to remove electronic logging devices that fail to meet the minimum requirements from the agency's registry. Of course, they announced last Wednesday they had put the OnePlus ELD off the list, sent an industry email to let carriers and those who use OnePlus ELD to discontinue, first of all, using the revoked device, replace the revoked device with a compliant device before April 10. All right, so the trend we've seen here, the OnePlus ELD becomes the third device the FMCSA has revoked in a little more than a week. Well, first of all, we had TMS1's ELD1, model number OELD01. They removed that from the list. Then it was earlier this week, they removed Nationwide ELD from their list. And now, what is the latest? OnePlus ELD's ORS device. So there's three. Right. In addition, several other ELD companies have recently opted to remove themselves from the list of registered devices. But believe it or not, there are currently, they tell us, about 830 ELDs on that register. See, it's all been about the whole self-certification thing. Since the ELD mandate took effect, the FMCSA has allowed companies to self-certify. OOIDA says a comprehensive certification process is long overdue. It's become abundantly clear the decision to allow self-certification has actually been a major disservice to motor carriers, as faulty and ultimately non-compliant devices have been listed on the registry. And keep in mind, several years for some of these. While mandating the use of ELDs, the federal government should have taken the necessary steps to ensure all devices listed on that registry are compliant. So, I don't know, with 830 devices available there, it might take forever and a day for them to go through all the different available products to knock off the ones that should not be on the registry. You almost feel like, don't you feel like you were taken? Some people, some of these are spending hundreds of dollars to purchase, and then in some cases even paying a monitoring fee to use their service for these devices. You'd almost think, Don't they owe me a refund since they sold me a non-compliant device that they said met up to the standards? Okay. All right, we'll get a final time out here. Get ready for some changes as the pandemic emergency declaration will be coming to an end here in a couple months. Many changes to healthcare as the pandemic emergency ends. And they kind of advise a lot of folks maybe need to prepare for most of that to unwind. We had unprecedented access to health care, hassle-free public insurance and free tests, treatments, vaccines for COVID. And that's all about to begin unwinding. We'll break it down right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, let me jump over to that message here from Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler, who says, okay, Steve, let me give you the heads up. Kansas Turnpike, I-35, is a mix of heavy snow and heavy rain from Lebo, Kansas to south of Emporia, then rain, and now at 35 degrees here in Arkansas City, Kansas. I've already used my one free shout-out of the evening. I don't want to accrue any extra charges, so that's it for the evening. Pulled up the radar, and I'm looking, from, say, almost up to Des Moines. Des Moines, it's no precip at the moment. You get just south of Des Moines, you're in heavy snow, the dark blue colors showing up on the radar. So enhanced, that's the big, fat snowflakes really coming down, and heavy rains just to the east. Now you head on down to St. Joe's, to Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, it looks like that's all in the zone. The heavy snow and rain mix. Yeah, back toward Emporia, he's correct. It changed over to rain, and things are actually beginning to wind down from Emporia back to the west. Everything can be pushing off to the east. But all right, quickly, let me give you the lowdown. Congress, essentially, and the administration moved to a model of, I guess you'd call it, universal health coverage for COVID vaccines, treatments, and tests during the pandemic. The public health emergency declarations are slated now to end on May the 11th, as ordered by the Biden administration. Now, last year, Congress voted to allow states to and the expanded Medicare benefits or Medicaid benefits that were provided during the pandemic. It's not the case that everything's going to end, but some things are going to end, and some things are going to change, to say the least. The one you're going to notice the most is an end to free COVID care, starting with testing. People have been used to getting those 8 COVID tests a month from the government. They've been sending them out for free. That for sure is going to end. Depending on your insurance status, people are going to have to pay some or part of the cost of both at-home testing as well as the more comprehensive, accurate COVID test conducted at the doctor's office or the hospital. Testing is going to become something that's going to be more like testing for other diseases. Eventually people also are going to have to start forking over money for COVID vaccines and treatments like Paxlovid. Not immediately, though, they say. The federal government still has a supply of both on hand as a result of the pandemic response. I guess the trillions of dollars that we already spent. Those that were purchased by the federal government, we cannot be charged for those. They're paid for already. When those supplies are gone, that's when everything will move into the commercial market. Now, this could especially hit the poor and the uninsured, as a 5-day course of Paxlovid cost $530. And people without insurance will have to either pay the full amount or go without the Paxlovid. The uninsured will also have to pay the COVID vaccine cost unless programs similar to the free flu shot clinics get set up. They're likely to be representative parts of the population that are disproportionately affected by COVID because they're poorer and they have much more difficulty accessing medical care. So we're kind of concerned about the disparities in vaccination by race and by income, urban versus rural locations. That may start to be evident, but millions will be losing Medicaid. More dramatic, the change is going to be the loss of Medicaid coverage for millions of Americans. As part of the federal pandemic response, states were required to provide continuous Medicaid coverage for anyone who qualified. They were not allowed to take anyone off the Medicaid rolls. Now, normally, the way Medicaid works, the programs are assessing your eligibility on a regular basis. That was all halted during the pandemic. As a result, Medicaid enrollment swelled to about 20 million people during the pandemic as people who otherwise would have lost eligibility were still on and technically still are on the rolls. Currently, there are nearly 84 million people with Medicaid coverage. Starting on April 1, states can begin shedding out their medical rolls of people who no longer qualify under the spending bill passed by Congress in December. Health and Human Services Department estimates probably about 15 million right out of the box will lose Medicaid coverage. Okay. All right, we'll close things out there. So changes on the horizon again starting April 1. And, of course, the federal emergency declaration will end on May the 11th, unless something changes. Believe it or not, when we come back at the midnight hour tonight, we'll be rolling into a Friday. We'll be talking weekend. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is